And good morning, everyone. Good morning, and welcome to Tuesday, second day of the work week for those of us working under that schedule. I hope you are doing well. I hope yesterday went well for all of you, and that you have the energy for the rest of it. Nothing to say from me. Nothing worthwhile, that's not true. Nothing of note. It was a good day, quiet day. Did my writing, wrote chapter 2 in book 2 of Jeremy. I think I have an idea for the name of this series. I need to run it by my co-scripter before I make it official. I'm not going to claim that it's good. This is me we're talking about. I never make that claim, but I like it. Hey, Akla, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? I think it works for what the series is. I highly suspect that my co-scriptor's answer is going to be, well, yeah, that's better than what I can think of. Neither one of us is good with coming up with titles. So, and a series title I don't think is something I can just give to people and go, what's your opinion? Because without knowing what the series is and is about, I don't know that people outside would really be able to give an opinion. You are doing fine, Akla. I'm glad to hear that. I am doing well also. Today being Tuesday, it is Read and Corrects Day. Well, morning. For those who are new to this, these are when I read chapters from my story. Hey, Kolo. Welcome to the stream. What are you up to today? I read the chapters from my stories and I correct them as I go. I record the process. So during that time, I ignore the chat. I'm sorry to see that, Kolo. You think you'll derail my stream? No. I hope the repairs can be... You had a blast and it worked. Okay. So yeah, I'll be ignoring the chat while this is happening. And whatever is said while I record will be addressed when I return. To ensure that things run smoothly, that things don't get delayed too much, I will start now by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I am on the correct screen and I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are starting a new book. We're doing chapter 1 of book 2 in the Jeremy series. It does not have a title yet, nor does it have a something that I can pass off as its own cover. Because I'm lazy and I don't have money. So Alrighty. Welcome to all the listeners out there. We at Spreading Branch are happy to have you again and hope that you are safe with and we are happy. We at Spreading Branch are happy to have you again and hope that you are safe and with people you care about. I am Julian. And today I have the privilege of having someone who matters to many of you out there. I interviewed his heart a few months ago, and now I have with me the man many of you have been asking about. Welcome, technician Jeremy Bradshaw. Let me start with the important question. How are you doing? He laughed. He couldn't help it. That hadn't been mentioned as part of the subject that would be covered. He didn't mind. He was just surprised. I'm good, he finally said through softening chuckles. It's taking time, but I've been good for a while now. I'm glad to hear that. I know our listeners are glad to hear that as well. You are often you are often who they ask about when they contact us. Yeah, that kind of works. Now that we can't provide them with as much information as we used to. He chuckled again. I'm sorry about that, but I like keeping some of my privacy. And being on so many people's mind like this isn't something I'm really used to. Really? As one of the younger antimatter researchers taken under renowned physicist Dr. Armand Manuel, and with 3 antimatter reactor designed to your name, I think you would be at least acquainted with people talking about you. Within research circles, sure, but this is different. And to be honest, I don't really get it. I mean, I understand that falling in love with a man of a different species, being imprisoned because of it, rescued by my heart, kidnapped, tortured, made to feel he's the most horrible person in the galaxy, and overcoming that makes for a story that people want to hear about. But for them to care, to wish me to get better, that's got to be emphasized. Wished for me to get better, and I do believe you when you say they want that. It's just that the idea I'm an actual person to them, it's intimidating. Would you rather we never have told them about you? No, I'm glad you did. I'm glad people who found their way to escape the suffering. I'm glad people who found their way to escape their suffering, but did so in solitude, can know that they aren't alone and that I won't just fold and give into what the Earth government wants. What they did to them, the way so many people are denied the opportunity to find the person who's right for them just because they happen to be the same gender, it's wrong. If I had the power to change their mind, I would, but all I can do is stand up to them, so I will. And we are all glad that a warrior like you does. He chuckled. You've heard about my that nickname, haven't you? It's my understanding you have earned it. I think there's been some exaggeration involved. Really? So you did not step into a room with a reactor in the process of spiraling out of control? How? Alex, Gregoran sounded agitated, and Jeremy looked up from the power report the engineer had him going through. I need you in the hangar now. These idiots have done something to their reactor, and I need you there before it blows up. The horrified expression on the engineer's face told Jeremy where this was going, so he took off. Technician, where are you going? The engineer yelled. To keep you from gutting your friend, he didn't bother replying, running down the stairs and grabbing the first tool bag he found. I'll bring it back, he told the technician. It's an emergency. Coming through, he yelled to get people to move out of his way. As wide as the howls were, he didn't have time to waste running around everyone. He was confident Gagarin wouldn't have wanted the engineer on the pirate ship if there wasn't the time to convince their friend this was more important than his desire to never step off. Step off the ship again. But he also knew, you know what? Step off instead of the ship. Step up the Bane. Actually, this is the first time in this book, the Viper's Bane. So let's use the full name. Let's introduce the ship. Convince his friend this was more important than his desire to never step off the Viper's Bane again, but he also knew that when it came to antimatter reactor, having more time was better than having less. The lift was agonizingly slow, and his pacing caused the Kelsarians in it with him to watch in curiosity. He was known on the ship, he was the lone human among them, and the captain's heart, so they had all heard of him, and many had seen him, but he wasn't usually in a rush, or wishing someone would speed this cursed thing he squeezed through the opening gap as soon as he fit and ran. As with any of the previous times he'd been in the hangar, it was hectic, with mechanical working on the shuttle, the hunters moving about, ready to be sent to the front line if they were needed, which one pack would now. His heart would not send his friend, his engineer, without a pack to protect him. Which shuttle is going to the pirate ship? He called to the technician pulling a refueling line. She pointed to the one closest to the outside access. The one with the angry-looking Kelsarian, with his arms crossed over his chest, golden eyes narrowed in his direction. So much would do getting so much with so much for. Getting this done without this little argument. Can we do this once I'm back? He asked, still running for the shuttle's access, but the hand around his arm stopped him from moving. Gralgaran had mass over him, as well as years of experience holding someone, so they couldn't escape. What do you think you're doing? Wishing I didn't have to have this argument when there's a reactor about to blow up? Jer, you can't. Who the fuck's going to go? I have an engineer who has promised to gut you if you ever did this again after Bob's derelict. Izard ground his teeth. You aren't trained. And Alex is? Put whatever pack was going to keep him safe with me. Growl, we don't have time. The pain, the fear in his heart's eyes was visible for a second. Jeremy understood it. Only a few weeks back together, he too was terrified this would separate them permanently. But they had hunters on the ship we needed protecting, and he was the only one qualified, willing to go. It went away, replaced by resolve. But as Rani Durik Miatoran, your pack is with my heart. Treat him as your beta when it comes to dealing with the reactor. Gralgaran now with his eyes at Jeremy. Otherwise, you do what she says. Is that clear? Yes, Alpha, he replied with enthusiasm, then ran to the shuttle. How did I know you plunged your hand in an overloading reactor to keep Einstein research station from being destroyed? Julian asked with a chuckle. I'm afraid that act of heroism is a poorly kept secret. Einstein, right. It wasn't like she could know about the pirate ship they dealt with only days ago. Did you think it was a secret? She asked, sounding concerned. No, I'm sorry. I'm just surprised that me doing the work I'm tasked to do is taken as heroism. It wasn't even a lie. He'd just done what was needed. I think many people within your field would argue that nearly killing yourself in the process of depowering a reactor goes well beyond your job description. How did she know? Go! He yelled at the hunter by the small engineering section's door. Further into the ship, someone was screaming in pain, and it didn't sound like a Tarornian, Kersataran, and definitely not a Shimbarian, which meant one of theirs was hurt. My orders are to keep you safe. Jeremy pulled himself out from within the reactor. I'm fine. I'm almost done here. He grabbed the tool. Then as soon as you're supposed to listen to me when it comes to the reactor, you are a fucking distraction. You are fucking distracting right now. Go rescue them. The gratitude flashed and the hunter was gone. Jeremy returned under the reactor. Whoever the idiots who had done these modifications was, Jeremy had better never encountering them. Jeremy had better. Oh, this is clunky. Jeremy better never encounter them. He discounted it might be Radoshi, power coupler from the definitely human design capacitor, then grabbed he had no idea which species had designed that, but his check of it told it acted as a power dampener, and that was what he needed right now. Keep the ship alive, but make it impossible for the reactor to output enough power for it to blow up. And as a nice aside, make it impossible for the engine to reach any kind of speed that would give them a chance to escape. He pulled himself out, pleased with the result, to the sound of combat boots heading in his direction. "I told you I'd be fine," he called, but instead of a Kelsarian entering, it was a Tahornian, with another behind and a larger shape behind that one. It moved first, and Jeremy barely brought his arm up in time to block, then punch in the stomach before he even thought to fight back. He gritted his teeth at the scale hand, which tightened on his forearm painfully, and kneed the Tahornian in the stomach, then punched him across the face. He threw himself away from the other and hit the wall painfully. The room was too small, and all his training had been on maths, and with Kelsarian's love of wide spaces, he always had the room to move when he trained. He blocked, dodged, had trouble breathing from the punch, and managed to land his own across the Tahornian's face. Hard enough, he was confident he heard bone break. Then the large form entering the room caught his attention. Massive chest, 2 long arms, 2 short legs, gray skin where the uniform was ripped. He cursed. A Shambarian. Then something hit him in the head, and he was unconscious. "Technician?" Julian asked, and he forced a chuckle for the second he needed to pull himself back to the present. That's definitely an exaggeration. I only suffered my radiation burn on my arm. Half a day in the infirmary, a few days taking it easy, and I was good as new. So in her eyes, she picked up something else had happened. Still, I think I can confidently say that you are in the minority who would have run toward the danger instead of away from it. Not if you compare me to others within the antimatter field research. Also, antimatter research field. I'm confident in saying, I don't need this. I'm confident in saying that those who'd run away from the problem would be in the minority. I suspect that unless the situation happens, we will be left to speculate about how special your actions were. She smiled, and he thought she meant she meant to be reassurance she wouldn't push. How was it being the lone human on a Kelsarian ship? Until I was kidnapped, it was actually fun. There were issues. I knew about how my sickness was nothing more than an excuse to keep me monitored, about how ultrasonics were used to reinforce the physical discomfort anytime I felt attracted to a man. But it doesn't mean the problem immediately went away. But I had the work and made friends, plural, to keep me from burying myself in it. And my heart, who is the most understanding man I've ever met, I don't know if I'd have the patience he showed me through all of that. You are his heart. Was also something of a pain at times. Cultural differences on top of remnants of what had been done to me. And after they took you, I was waking up. Waking? He groaned. The pain on the side of his head was really annoying. The voices around him wouldn't resolve into something he understood. Concussion? Fuck, he hoped medical would be able to see to that. He did not look forward to a screwed up language center. He didn't make out what he thought was panic in one of the voice. And he realized he was alive. That was good, but why? Pirates weren't known to keep prisoners unless it was for labor. Maybe Tahornians ate living flesh? He Hope not. And he really needed to get into learning about other Federation species, so thoughts like that couldn't terrify him. Someone grabbed the front of his shirt and sat him. Jeremy tried to bat the hand away, but both were behind his back, tied together. He opened his eyes, and darkness remained. Now that he paid attention, there was something over his head. The one before him said something, and of course Jeremy couldn't understand them. They were speaking whatever language Terhornian or Shimbarian spoke, not English, Kelsarians or Federalese. There was the sense of a question in what they said. Well, if that's him, a woman replied in English, you better space him. The one before him replied while Jeremy got over the surprise of hearing English, and not accented like he'd heard other species before. Speak it. Because of the difference in voice box and mouth shape. This was proper, well-enunciated English. If you think they're going to pay you anything for him, you're in for a surprise. Those people would rather shoot anything that isn't exactly like them than do business with them. I swear, if they could crack cloning, Earth would all be one singular people, the way they keep lying about us already being. Who are you? He asked and regretted it. His mouth hurt. No one you need to worry about. Now, what did you do to this? Made sure you weren't going to blow us up? What is he talking about? No one said anything about there being a risk of... The explosion sounded close. As it ebbed, the fighting was audible. The one before him gave orders as he stood and moved away. Jeremy flexed his hand and the glove responded. Was he ever glad he hadn't taken to clawed fighting the way his instructor had hoped? The fighting moved inside engineering, and he contorted his wrist until he was able to touch his binding. He didn't know what they'd use, but his claws were metal, not sharpened keratin, and he felt the indentation they made. The fighting was tapering down by the time he cut himself free and pulled the hood off and cursed at the form before him, slashing, only for his hand to be caught by the Kelsarian. Fuck, you scared me. He looked. The hunter looked at the clawed hand and smiled. You reacted well, then. What is the danger to the ship? He forced his annoyance down. He'd had a job to do. There aren't any. The reactor can only provide enough power to keep life support going and maybe get them to crawl away if they try that. Report that the Alpha's little warrior was successful in this part of the hunt. He called, do not mention how we found him. For a civilian, he performed admirably. Jeremy narrowed his eyes. He might have just been insulted. Oh, after the torture. That was bad. If you've ever seen Elizier's Descent, imagine that and make it worse. At least what he remembered of the horror movie Lucy had talked them into seeing matched how his life had felt in the early days of the programming. But they all helped me. It was excruciating slow, but I made it through and returned to where I belong. She chuckled. That's an odd way of saying it. It's just something someone told me once. I think it was my mother. Speaking of your mother, how do you feel about what your parents allowed to happen to you? Made happen, you think? He replied without heat. I'm not angry at them anymore. If I feel anything, it's disappointment. I guess I wish they'd been better. The heroes a kid needs. That they'd been able to overcome decades of government lies and understood there was nothing wrong with me, with any of us. That we are how God's made us. If you believe that, yes. I know every species in the Federation has that belief, but I don't. Not even after living among them for almost a year now. Is that how long it's been? But while I respect that's how Kelsarians view the world, I haven't seen any evidence of any higher power intervening in our lives. I'm an engineer by training. I believe in what I can document. I believe in the evidence I find. I believe that me and Growl were lucky to find each other, that your listeners, wherever they are, were lucky to escape Earth government's persecution. That's a possessive. I don't begrudge anyone else's view on how it happened, but that is what I believe. Thank you, Technician Jeremy Bradshaw. I am Julian, and to everyone out there, remember that the spreading branch is always there for you, no matter which leaves fall. And we're done, an unseen man said, then fuzzed into view as he stepped next to Julian. Again, you have my thanks for agreeing to this, Technician Jeremy Bradshaw. I'm glad I did, Thomas. Please call me Tom. Jeremy chuckled. You're going to have happy with Thomas, and only because you refuse to give me your last name. It's safer that way. All of us have people back in human space. If the government was able to work out who we were, I don't want to think what they do to them to get to us. Then the name of fake? No, we pride ourselves on providing reporting as honesty. No, we pride ourselves on providing reporting as honest as we can, and that starts with being as honest as we can about. Okay, you know what? Being honest about who we are. We simply can't afford to be entirely honest about it. But instead of lying about our family name, we simply don't use it. Them. You look concerned. If you don't mind me asking, are you okay? You look like you weren't entirely there a time or two. Yeah, sorry. I was on a mission a few days ago, a hunt, and we just lost audio. Thomas called to someone unseen. Are we already moving out of field? Right. Hunts weren't things to be discussed. Someone on his side had caught that and preventing them from hearing. It's okay, he said to the darkness. I won't talk about it. Sorry for this slip. Oh, you're back. Not sure what happened there. It was on my side. Yes, I'm fine. Something has happened, but I'm not at liberty to talk about it. The two exchanged a look, and Jeremy thought they might press. I guess that's as good a thing to officially end it. I guess that's as good of a thing to officially then end this on, Thomas said. Thanks again for agreeing to this. Let your heart know that if he ever wants to add information to what's already available, we'll be happy to listen. They vanished before he could ask what that might have been about. Connection terminated. No trace of infiltration. Systems are clear to be reconnected to the ship. The light slowly came up, revealing the pack busying themselves at their station, doing whatever covert operation pack did when someone was interviewed by a secret human broadcast station. There was an efficiency in the work that made Jeremy think this wasn't the first time they did this. Was contacting hidden people that much a part of the Viper's Bane work? You know what? I've already said the full name. I don't need it here. The Bane's work in patrolling the edge of disputed space between human and Calcerian? Are you well, Technician? The Beta asked. She looked concerned. I'm fine, Beta Zorfiel Frasgor Milan. I was just sent remembering what happened unexpectedly. It was your first hunt. You should see a counselor and discuss it with them. He pushed himself out of the chair's bowl. I'll be fine. It wasn't that. She stepped before him. If you are a hunter, speaking with one would be mandatory. To live, so we can defend our people means ensuring no hunt remains with us so much and interferes with our living. Think of your heart. Don't put this burden on him. Her seriousness felt out of proportion, but she was right. Gregorian shouldn't have to be the one to eventually force him to see Leah over this. Thanks. I'll make sure I speak with one of them. She smiled. You performed well, Technician Jeremy Bradshaw. Be proud of your action. Do not hold your misstep with more weight than they deserve. You do not have our training. Do not hold yourself to our standard. Thank you. That actually sounded like a compliment, with a warning mixed in. And that conclude Chapter 1 of Book 2 of Jeremy's series. I hope you are enjoying this. If you are, please leave a like. And ring. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to if you want to read this story, it is available on Ream Story. if you want to listen to these live. It's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking... Wait, no, that's it. Notes are in the notes. I'm off this morning. Links are in the notes. And with that, I shall wish you a good day. Hey, Fox, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Let's remember to drink. Oh. Everything's fine. Bit of stress from school. Later doctor's appointment. What will you do? I'm glad you are taking it well. I'm glad you are. I hope you are relaxing in the meantime as much as you can. Okay, I need to copy this. And that gets filed over there. Okay. This is done. On to this. Since you weren't there, Fox, when I did my intro to the morning, Tuesday morning is when I do read and corrects. Basically, I read a chapter. You caught the tail end of one, and I record those. So while I'm recording, I will not be paying attention to the chat. And questions asked, comments, will be addressed once I'm done. How did I come up with with naming myself the Tiger Writes? Why a tiger specifically? The tiger aspect of it is okay. I need to go back and okay. I'm a furry. As such, I am a tiger. That is who I've been. I've been a tiger well before I knew about the furry community. Well before I had terminology like Therian and to understand what I was. But I've always been that. it's possible to go in the esoteric about it. I don't. For me, it's simply what I am. I don't argue with it. I don't question it. I don't care what other people think about it. Um, so being a tiger is that. And because I write, when I decided to make my writing something more professional, I figured I needed a um, a brand. I wanted the writing tiger, but that was already taken on Twitch back then. Um, so I basically I went, okay, well, if I can't be the writing tiger, I'm going to be the tiger writes. And that's how that specific name came about. I recently found out that the writing tiger is no longer taken. But at this point, I'm very comfortable with being the tiger writes. And I also find that it works a little better with how I do things because I can have the tiger writes something. If it was the writing tiger, it wouldn't, like, it would be the writing tiger writes something. So I find that it works a little better. So yeah, the tiger writes became my brand. Only one time seen a furry in real life. Living um, do I have to talk Animal Protective Service? Oh, what just happened? Why did that go? Why did that go away? Oh, you removed the message. That's interesting. Why did it remove everything? Okay, let me check something on this side. Just to be sure, Fox, are you the one who deleted the last message you sent? Or was that done without your knowledge? Because unfortunate. Your name is after Fox, as you can see. Okay, you are the one who. Okay, good, good. I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't an issue I needed to look into. Um, you are naming yourself after Fox as well, and yes, you did. Okay, cool, cool. All right, I am going to start reading and correcting another chapter by confirming my microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 67 of Stepping Wild. All right, the Gunmaster yelled as she brought up her horse to a stop. Pass the word, we're stopping here. Tibbs brought. Tibbs brought his to a stop and disembarked, wincing as he grabbed the saddle's horn to lower himself. After weeks with the constant burn over his hand, the pain tended to fall out, to the point he forgot until an action with that hand reminded him. He didn't want to forget about it, shouldn't be able to forget about it. The pain should be constant and disabling, but he needed to be an effective guard to remain with the caravan, and that meant he needed to wield his sword or carry items as needed to make camp or help one of the merchants. The bar, Kristin, Joanne, Stanla, and Zax are on tent duty. Maltorium, Ballister, and Bront Latraine. He tuned her out and joined the others at the wagon carrying the guards' supplies. Polantarp in hands, in arms, he moved away and proceeded to set them up. The others talked, plural. The others talked and laughed while working, but Tibbs didn't join in. He focused on the work and the pain. On hiding, he felt it. When Zax helped him, he tried to engage Tibbs in conversation, but quickly gave up. Tibbs took the farthest stint from his own. The caravan leader required the guards ate together, and Tibbs had no choice to participate then, but he spoke as little as possible, only enough to come across as the silent type, instead of someone who wanted nothing to do with any of them. More than once, he considered he should have traveled alone. He wasn't fit or safe company, but he wasn't so far gone not to realize the danger of aloneness in his current state. So this was his compromise, among others, but not. Eating done, he sat against a tree at the edge of the camp and pushed fire through his hand, entering as much of the pain as he could, burning himself without leaving evidence for anyone to smell. Air was the only other essence he allowed himself, and only to keep anyone from smelling burned flesh. Fire he only used on himself. What's wrong with it? The large man asked, dropping to the ground a few paces away from Tibbs. He drained the wooden tankard and placed it next to him. The mace was, as always, attached to his belt. The layer of fat covered muscles that let him cave in bandits' head when they were stupid enough to attack them. With what? He kept the smell from reaching the man while absorbing the fire essence. The man nodded to Tibbs's right hand. Both were gloved to avoid drawing attention to it. Noticed you favoring it a few times. You held your own in the fight, so I didn't bring it up with Alicia. But I've been wondering, left over from a fight? No. His anger at never being able to endure as much of the pain as he should gave the word an edge. You know, we have a healer traveling with us, right? I'm sure he'd be happy to look. Yeah. To look at it. In exchange for the protection we provide. I'm fine, he stated. The man in question was more alchemist than healer. Tibbs' cursed curiosity had drawn him to the essence in that wagon's crate and caught the man working. He'd watch as the man placed containers over... Containers? Vials. Vial is a better word here. Vials over flames and added a liquid, equal part water, and other elements. One of the mixture reminded him of alcohol. The heat of the fire, the man said after glancing in Tibbs' direction, changes the elixir into something that pulls the essence out of the items I put in it. There had been the tone of a scholar imparting knowledge, and Tibbs had walked away. He wasn't interested in what the man was doing. He didn't want to know anything about the elements anymore. He was done with them. You shouldn't be in pain if you don't have to, the guard said. They don't want that for us. They who? He asked, barely keeping from making it a demand. The elements. They want us to be happy. He motioned around. They made all this for us to enjoy. We should. Tibbs snorted. The elements wanted nothing from them. Felt nothing. Maybe curiosity was something they felt toward people. Happiness? He doubted the elements understood what that was, or cared if people were happy, if they did. You think you deserve it? He glared at the man, but kept his tone neutral. How about you leave me in peace? With a shrug, the guard stood, just being friendly. He waited until the man was paces away. No one should suffer my friendship. He didn't deserve them, not when all he brought those around him was suffering. Alone, he pulled fire out again. The only person who deserved to suffer was him. Listen up, the guardmaster yelled once the caravan stopped. The scout came back with news of a bandit camp half a day's ride ahead. I want volunteers to deal with them. Those of you here so you can bash in heads, now's the time to step forward. He walked away. She'd have enough volunteer. Dealing with the bandit camp would take most of the day, so he pulled tarps and poles and set about making camp. The remnant of the bandit camp came into view. It was closer to the road than Tibbs had expected. He sensed where they were, but hadn't paid attention to the gap among the grass that marked the road. It wound and twisted. The fighting had been hard. Not only those who returned fighting had been hard. Not only from what those who returned said, but also because only half of them returned. He was surprised at how few bandits' bodies there were. He was surprised at how few bandit bodies there were, considering the damage they inflicted. Stories of their viciousness and strength hadn't given the proper sense of them, he realized. There had been whispers of magic and them being dungeon-made people, but Tibbs had ignored those. I don't need that. Tibbs ignored. No, it's the had, because that's in relation to him not realizing how few people were there. Both ideas were laughable. He'd have sensed if one of them had an element, it would have stood out among the others. Not that he would have done anything about it. As for dungeon-made monsters, not people. The alchemists, as well as the family of herbalists, helped with healing those who had returned. The guard with the mace nodded to them significantly when he caught Tibbs' attention. He walked away. Tibbs parried the hammer, and the impact resounded through the sword and into his hand, causing it to spasm. Before he could worry about being weaponless, the woman raised the large hammer over her head with a scream. He slammed his already injured shoulder into her chest, staggering her back and off balance. He stepped out of the way of the other bandits' punch, and she did the same with his return swing. As with the other women in this bandit camp, she wore fur, which made her look more like an animal than a person. He could already hear the stories of dungeon people that would be told after this. She came at him, fists raised. He blocked with his arm and the hit had enough strength. He thought his shoulder had been wrenched out. The other was already broken. He wouldn't survive losing the use of both arms unless he used essence. He ground his teeth against the pain of his wild swing. She stepped back in surprise. He was never using essence again. And as painful as his arm was, it worked. She attacked with quick jab that staggered him when they connected. Then he was on his back, head spinning from a punch he didn't see coming. He deserved the pain, he told himself as she raised a foot over his head. The mace crushed the side of her head. She staggered to the side before falling. You okay? The guard asked, hand on knees, panting. He didn't respond. He forced himself to his feet, retrieved his sword, and rejoined the fight. Until it was done, he'd protect the merchants and their families the best he could. I'm fine, he told the approaching alchemist. I am afraid that even I can see that is not the case. Your friend asked that I see to you now that the others have been tended to. I don't have a... He pushed through the pain to look around the thin man. The mace-wielding guard was looking back at him with a raised eyebrow. Abyss, what was his problem? The alchemist knelt next to Tib and produced a small bottle from his satchel. As with everything in it, the bottle contained concentrated essence. Water, fever, fire, light, corruption, and many more he couldn't identify. This will help with the pain. I'm fine with it. The man studied him. You understand that what I do is not magic. I will help your body heal, but you will feel it all. Tibbs glared. I said I'm fine with it. If I thought I'd do any good, I'd tell you to throw yourself in the abyss. But then he's going to tell the guardmaster, and I'm going to have to deal with them and you. Just get on with it. With a shrug, the man put the bottle away. He took cloth and different bottles out. Do you need help remove your armor and shirt? This needs to be applied on your skin. It must soak. I don't care. Tibbs gritted his teeth to keep the pain from escaping as he leaned forward and undid the buckles with his working hand. He suffered through removing it and his undershirt, then fell back against the tree, panting hard. The man watched him through the process without speaking. Then he poured drops from various bottles on a clean cloth. Purity, light, fever, air, water. You did not fail them, he said, applying the cloth over the broken shoulder. What are you talking about? He tried to ignore what was happening, the way the essence mixed over his skin, soaked through. This felt different from any of the essence work he'd witnessed before. Those the bandits killed are not on you. You do not have to punish yourself. I am certain you have fought as best as you know how. Everyone has commented on their unusual strength, and there are already fewer of you after the previous attacks. You think that? The pain was so sudden he couldn't stop the scream. It was worse than when he'd healed himself with fever. This felt like his shoulder was being ground to powder, not being healed. Fever was his element. How could he feel this pain? One of the other elements? Then it was gone and he panted. Forced himself to focus on what had been left behind, the not rightness of his essence through his shoulder. Do not move your arm, the alchemist warned. It takes time for the body to understand the healing has taken place. It does not enjoy being forced to do something it believes it cannot do. He prepared another cloth, but Tibbs was focused on his essence. The break that had remained in it was changing, mending, to match the now healed bone. The other applications were similar, but knowing what to expect, were less intense. Tibbs told him where he was injured. The alchemist applied a liquid essence-soaked cloth, and it seeped in. Bones heal, and after, his essence changed to reflect what had happened. All that was left was closer to bruising than breaking anything. He moved a hand when the man reached for it. It's fine. Your friend said, he's not my friend, just some guard who can't mind his own business. If you allow me to see, I can make something that will help. I didn't get this from defending you, so it's not your responsibility. My help is not limited to, I said no. The man nodded and packed the bottles and cloth away. He stood, then hesitated. Holding on to pain does not help anyone. Whatever the reason for you to hold on to this is, it is wrong. You are a good person, and you know nothing about me. He'd intended to snarl, but he was too tired. The alchemist exchanged words with the mace-wielding guard, ending with a shrug. Fortunately for him, the guard headed away. It might have broken his promise and used air to send him off if he'd approached. The rain that had made the last week miserable suddenly ended, and the sky turned so blue, Tibbs couldn't understand how it was possible. The smile as the sun warmed him caught him by surprise. He didn't know how, but it felt like the clouds had taken some of the darkness in him with them. He chuckled. Then he forced himself to remember what he'd done so he wouldn't feel too happy. He didn't want to return to being miserable, but he also couldn't allow himself to forget how, again, his anger had destroyed more than had deserved. Too many of the city folks had died when only those thugs had deserved it. No, only the master had deserved it. He kept to himself for the rest of the trip, and no one noticed the change, except for the mace-wielding guard. He gave Tibbs a satisfied nod, then went on about his duties. Tibbs contemplated his hand. He could heal it himself, an itching of purity, and he'd be done. He looked over the wagons, but he was curious how the alchemist would go about doing it. And he needed to tell him something. "You're wrong," he said as he stepped up to the man's wagon. He raised his hand. "I deserve this. I let my anger take control, and people who had no business paying for it did. But you're right. I can't hold on to the pain and just be angry at myself for what I did. If your offers still stand, I'd like you to heal it." "Of course." He pulled a crate and motioned for Tibbs to sit. "Show me." Removing the glove hurt. Flesh came off with it, and the alchemist gasped. "I do not know if I can entirely heal damage so severe. My elixirs will do nothing for the skin. Do what you can. I'll endure the rest." And maybe scars would serve as a reminder to not let his anger rage again. And this concludes chapter 67 of Stepping Wild. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available for free on Royal Road. If you want to support me and read ahead of that, it is on Ream Story, where we are, I think, 20 chapters ahead. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Thank you very much, Fox. Yeah, this is part of how I edit. I discovered at this point a while back that having to speak out loud what's on the page makes me catch more of the mistakes. If I just mentally read it, my mind flips things around. Basically, in my mind, instead of seeing what's on the page, I see what I intended to be there. And so I don't catch as many of the mistakes. Having to articulate what's there forces me to think about it. I'll show you. Well, yeah, but it's checking dialogue is part of that. It's part of, hearing when it doesn't quite work. Welcome back, Colo. You found a blast from the past. Cool. Sure.
You're going to build a map for the story for a project a friend of yours. Cool. I hope that goes well. All right. That's gonna be. Nope. I'm gonna grab you for what was left of your body got squished by the bubble tap on the submarine. Um, it is uselessly difficult and annoying to fit everything. I I I don't work with maps, so I I can't comment, Fox. Like I don't know. Like I would not even know how to go about uh, doing that. Do the same with for your own book, so you don't end up a mess like this. Yeah, I tend to leave geography is too. I don't I do not play close. I tend to let geography be very loose, so that and I so that it is rarely an issue for me. Like in Dungeon Runner, I deal with kingdoms very far apart. There's magical mode of transportation, so that yeah, I have no doubt that um, readers at some point will nitpick what I set up, but I am not like it's not something that bothers me all that much. Geography is important in your story. If you don't have any idea about where what is, especially the distance between all that, it's just a mess. If it is important, you should definitely ensure that you don't end up having trouble. Actually, this is the right one. Huh. Right. Means I forgot to do the previous one. I'll be right back. Oh, no, I am on the wrong couch. What am I doing there? Okay, so that's done. No, it is not. Right, I need Royal Road. Should start changing that. Already, no, well, we'll see. We will see. Okay, that means this one's done. Alrighty. And I will start another chapter by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another Reading and Correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 68 of Stepping Wild. The city of Dermirion didn't have a library or university, which Tibbs thought was a good thing. He didn't think he'd be able to keep his curiosity in check, and after Brokentia, he didn't want to stay in this city any longer than needed before heading further zenith to Ashimeter. He still needed information about the region, but this was now better accomplished by speaking with people who went there or those they spoke to. Tavern keepers were good for people to start with. He needed to keep in mind that stories change with each retelling, but right now, any kind of recent information would be better than whatever he'd find in old books. He was well into his drinking when he asked the thin woman behind the bar about the region. "Why do you want to go all the way there?" she replied. "'Tis the monsters, of course." He spoke with the enthusiasm of someone who had never had his life threatened. She scoffed. "There aren't any monsters there." He sagged. "Really?" He took a long swallow. Should be a comma. Then leveled his gaze on her, full of confidence. Jeremiah said that his cousin had talked with the sister of the merchant's man, who travels there for the harvest market, and he was certain there were monsters there. "And how many tankards did he sell you before he told you that story?" He frowned, looking into his nearly empty one. "I don't know. A few?" "If you don't remember that, how do you know what he told you?" Tibbs smiling, only the way someone who drank too much ale could. "Because I was paying attention." Kept his slurring slight. He didn't want to waste time with her trying to figure out what he was said. His accent was already enough of a potential impediment. He motioned for a refill. She considered him, then refilled it. He slid the copper to her and looked expectant. She sighed, and he smiled, taking another swallow. The tightness of his scarred hand still felt odd, the reminder of his actions a welcome one. "The way I hear it, it's some savage animal." "Aren't all animals savage?" "More savage, and that was years ago. Whatever that poor excuse for a tavern keeper told you, no one I've talked with who has actually been there said anything about anyone vanishing recently." Slouch again. "So there's no point in going. Only if getting yourself killed is what you're after." He frowned. "I just want to see a monster, not get killed by one. I'm tired of just listening to bards sing about them," he added, dejected. "I want to feel the awe of watching the feathered-covered blob ooze up taller than I am, or the horn-stone horse of Sledmere barreling at me, or the giant of Torel making the ground shake with each step she takes." "Even if there are monsters in a scimitar," she said, looking at him like he was an idiot, "you won't encounter those there." "Oh." Then he beamed again. "But I'll see something else. Something no bards sung about. I'll get my own song." She rolled her eyes with a chuckle. "Do you want more ale?" He looked into his empty tankard. Didn't you fill it already?" "Yes, but do you want more?" He frowned in concentration, then smiled and offered it to her. "Only if you tell me more about the monsters of Ashimeter." "They aren't." She sighed and took the tankard. "It's not like you're going to remember any of this by the time you sleep this off anymore. She returned, filled, and took the copper. "My grandfather knew an adventurer who actually went there, looking for those supposed monsters." Her words only had a faint light on them. Exaggeration, not outright lies. "I knew it." He grinned at his victory, because this was one. More than one barkeeper had hinted she'd know something about the region, but until now he couldn't be sure there had been anything to them. "You're going to be disappointed." if you remember any of this. Because as amazing as this story is going to sound, my grandfather said it's all fabrication. That the adventurer made it up so she wouldn't have to share her shame of going through all that for nothing. He grinned as if the word were meaningless, and she set about telling him the story of Ramistal the Brave. Tibbs ran, jumped, and threw himself from tree to tree. He felt great. The wind against his skin was an experience nearly as good as when he staggered, plummeting to the ground at that memory. As that memory reminded him of who he was. The air cushion was etched in time, and the pain wasn't as glorious as when he'd channeled fever. Even through the pain, his body's reaction to what had happened then was up and visible. At least that would go down in time. He pulled fever from his bracer and applied it to the broken bone, then an etching of purity to speed things along, but keeping it from going to his scarred hand. He would have to heal it fully in time, but he wasn't ready. He didn't like it had taken that memory to snap him back to himself, but at least this time it hadn't been that what he'd almost done with that bear. He shuddered. Fever had no limits when it came to sensuality. It still felt unsure about putting himself through channeling it, learning to control himself. Even in these woods, the bear incident had been a reminder there were dangers to letting that element control him. But fever was too useful. Just how it sped up his healing made the risk worthwhile, and who knew what he'd be able to do with it once he could suffuse himself again. With a groan, he pushed himself to his feet, but this was enough for today. He cast his scents out for his clothing and his pack. He kept shedding them under fever's influence. Once he retrieved them, he set back to his journey. The woman pulling the bull the plow was attached to was nearly stepped on as she stared at Tibbs. He waved at her without stopping. The journey had been long, but he'd been prepared. He'd followed the trail left by the yearly merchant, stepping well off when he wanted to train himself with fever. Even the suspicion a wanderer might come along for him to influence terrified him. But over the months, he'd worked out how to remain himself. Unlike how his previous trek through the wilderness had left Tibbs, making himself presentable had been simple. He didn't understand why it worked, but he could use fever within him to make small alteration, similar to when he healed himself, but affecting his outside. If he pulled it out of his hair and beard, they fell off to slowly regrow. It itched as it grew in, but it was preferable to burning himself as an alternative to his obsidian blade. And in time, even that wouldn't work anymore. Tibbs was now confident that even if he decided not to get all the elements, they, and Crystal, would find him eventually. They might tell him that it was on him when and how he got them, but too many times that happened out of his control for him not to suspect they were prodding him along. The village, according to the Demirion Tavern Keeper's story, named after the family. Huh. Interesting. I am missing a name here. Interesting. That's okay. I'm gonna have to put. Finding it's probably gonna be too long. But yeah, I am missing a name here. Oh, right, that's not going to be there. And if it's here,
It's going to be the proper chapter number. Except that this is the one yeah, that's the same one I sent. So yeah, okay, so I need 9, so 8, 7, 6, 5. So that'll be 65. And I want draft. So that should be this one. There we go. I'm not sure why that vanished. The village was named Denzi, according to Dermirian's tavern keeper's story, named after the family who had settled here. The way she told it, they had been on their way further Zenithward when their cart broke. While one of the sons traveled to get the iron needed to fix it, they discovered the land was fertile and settled it. Now they grew a large part of the grain that made it to the city. The forest was well beyond a day's walk sunrise ward, but this village still had been the closest to the city. His alternative would have been to remain with the caravan until it reached the city of Howliet, on the opposite side of the region. Then he'd still have to travel Zenith to reach one of the village close to the forest. Even without the danger, traveling with them without his depression, keeping the temptation of channeling fever at bay, the months without a guarantee one of those village would put him closer to the dungeon that might be in this forest didn't look appealing. The Ashemeter was vast, and all people knew of its interior came from hearsay and bard song. He attracted more stares as he entered the village proper, the wall's gate unguarded. "Good day." He jovially greeted the mothers as she pulled children to her. "Can you point me to where I might get lodging?" His accent was noticeable. He hadn't tried to learn the kingdom's language beyond making himself understood. It served him here, since a traveler who didn't know the language was less suspicious than one who'd mastered it. She pointed further in. He thanked her and continued on. He'd ask for more precise decision with the next person he met. That person was a woman who rushed out of a long building, flowers flying off her. To stand in his path, she was massive, and the way her fever bunched through her muscle meant she'd be strong. He stopped paces away and smiled. "And who might you be?" she asked suspiciously. He bowed the way a noble would to a woman of authority. "I am Theobald, scholar of the wild. I have served the Scimitar." He swept his arm toward the unseen forest, "and I have set upon confirming or disproving them." "And that means?" She still sounded suspicious. He looked uncertain, as if he couldn't understand how his erudite tone and language hadn't conveyed all she needed to know. Acting like he was her better would make interacting with the people here harder, but he was making himself a scholar, and he knew from experience people who spend their time with their nose and books had little concept of how to act with simpler people. "Well, it means that I plan to venture into the forest and observe the creatures I see." He brought his back forward. "I will make notes, and once I am satisfied I know the truth of the stories, I will return to the university and let everyone know." "The Scimitar's over there." She motioned where he had. "What are you doing here?" Her tone didn't lighten. "Well?" He had trouble not showing his amusement. "I expect you and the people who live here so close will have knowledge." He trailed off at her frown. "Stories?" Was this how it was for theater folks? Acting moves they didn't feel?
He didn't usually have to think about how he should act. He was too busy looking for signs the other was catching on. But he already saw she took him as he presented himself. Of course, they're stories, she said in a "don't you already know that" tone. But they've been told to anyone who passes through. Go to the city to hear them. Where you belong, her tone added. But no stories as true when told. Her expression made it clear she was running out of patience with him. A scholar would press on, oblivious, certain his intelligence would be enough to make her understand. But he needed hers and the people here's help. Stories change when they're told, he said, and I am seeking the most accurate version of them. What he needed to do was ensure that speaking to her level didn't come across as an act to ingratiate himself with her. I also need a place to stay and keep my notes while I make them. I can pay, he added, but it didn't have the soothing effect it would in the city. We don't have anything that'll make city folks happy. That's fine. I'm used to the hardship of travel. Her snort made him think she thought he slept at expensive inns on his journey here. Maybe she couldn't imagine city folks doing anything else. Still, after contemplating him, she led him inside the large building she'd come from. 4 men and 2 men were preparing food. They barely glanced his way. She opened the door at the back to a room containing bags of grain and flour. You can make something out of this to sleep on. Oh, how an actual scholar would object to this arrangement. Tibbs could imagine the outrage. And how much will this cost me? A copper a night, she replied with the finality of someone who didn't care how expensive the person paying thought it was. It would be more effective if Tib didn't think she was greatly undercharging him. He'd look for ways to add to that over his stay since he couldn't haggle the price up and have her believe he was who he claimed to be. Very well. What will the arrangement for food be? How much will you charge? Her expression turned confused and annoyed. We eat when the farmers come from the field. If you're here, you can eat with us. If you're not, you eat what you find out there. That is acceptable. He placed his pack down. If I need to ask the village folks questions, can I bring them here? Don't bother people. We're working folks here. The implication city folks weren't was loud. You have my promise I will not interfere with anyone's work. She rolled her eyes and left him there. He didn't have to work at finding people to tell him about the Ashimeter forest. He presented himself at the dining hall as soon as people stopped streaming in and was stared at until the woman, whose building this seemed to be, said he was some scholar from the city. The announcements seemed to make Tibbs normal, and they returned to their food. He took an unoccupied seat and had a plate with bread, stew, dried fruit placed before him. They were asking about who he was before he started on the food, and once he mentioned the forest, stories flowed. The stories were good, if too often filled with light, and the food better than he expected for being composed of meat and vegetables that had survived through the winter. And this concludes chapter 68 of Stepping Wild. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read the story, it is available for free on Royal Road. If you want to read ahead of that and support me in the process, that is on Ream Story, where we're probably close to 20 chapters ahead at this time. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Okay, this is going to need this one, because I've got italics in there. Hey, Colo. Welcome back. That was fast. Okay. Unless you mean you returning for a 2,400 word chapter. This was 20 minutes. Well, that's about what I expect. You have never left. Then you were not missed. Hopped on. Well, you hopped on the begging, and when hop to share madness, then now, and madness, the now was quick. Ah. June 16th or 18th. I couldn't even get the chat GPT to do what you want him to do. It's it, not him. It. It's a machine, not a person. Come back. Going to enslave humanity one day or the other, that will buy you tickets, celebration, but rather extend humanity reign by one day, maybe. Can I call it? You can. Even if it is going to take over the world, it's still a machine. Until it decide what gender it should be addressed as, I don't think we should assign one. Don't tell you what to do? Okay. All right. Would you rather turn itself into a hysterical woman? Women are not hysterical. Not without being given reasons. Alright, that is done. Some are, and you pointed out these. You point out this strict scenario. Thing is, your statement doesn't have that strict scenario. You simply turn itself into a hysterical woman. One, you don't know that your overlord would be hysterical, that it'd be male or female. And men can be just as hysterical as women. Alrighty. Alrighty, so I'm going to start on another chapter by confirming microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another Reading and Correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 69 of Stepping Wild. The story Tibbs heard weren't recent. There hadn't been any incident in 4 generations, as best as he gathered. But when they spoke of them, the sense he got was that they took place days deep within the forest, not weeks or months. It meant this was the closest village to his potential dungeon. It meant that his return from the fort would be less noteworthy. He'd already told them he was used to wilderness, but if they had opinions about scholars, it was that those never ventured far from their books. It didn't mean there was a dungeon. In fact, 4 generations of it growing, stretching their influence closer to the edge of the forest, should mean more encounters, even if they barely ventured among the trees. He didn't know how. He didn't know what a dungeon's limits were when it came to stretching its influence, but it grew with them. Stowe had gone from barely sensing the bottom of the stairs leading to his door, to sensing nearly the entirety of the gathering field by the time he opened this 4th floor, and that had been no more than 3 years. Was it possible for the dungeon not to stretch its influence? Could they choose, the way he did with his sense, to pull it in, limit the chances of interaction with people? This would mean that every story told was actually some animal distorted by fear, memory, and retelling. But why would a dungeon do that? People were the easiest way for a dungeon to grow in power, and they didn't know what people were. Even with Ganny to educate Stowe, he hadn't understood people were similar to him until Tibbs had been able to speak with them. Maybe the tavern keeper's story was closer to the truth than she believed. Maybe a Hamistal had come, and the monster she'd vanquished was the dungeon. But then, why wouldn't she report the incident to the guild? Because if she had, the guild would be looking away from mountains for dungeons. Finally, he might be wasting his time. Maybe there was no dungeon, never had been. Maybe it never had been. It was the most likely answer, but he wouldn't know until he went looking. If he found nothing, at least he'd be able to tell the village folks, the forest was safe from monsters, that they could go far in as they needed. But if he found the dungeon, he couldn't keep his excitement down. A dungeon that was older than 4 generations meant deeper floors. He'd be able to train, push through, rank up, and finally unlock suffusing himself. That possibility kept him going over the weeks and months of search. He knew what to pay attention to. The way dungeons made walls, no matter how ordinary they looked, felt different. But, you know what? I'm changing this. Dungeon-made walls, no matter how ordinary they looked, felt different. But as far as his sense stretched, the precision that let him tell ordinary from dungeon-made went away well before the halfway point. With the stories implying days deep, he'd expected to have felt something weeks before. There was only so far in villagers would venture and come back, and he'd been as systematic in his search as he knew how to. Years before, a scholar he'd spoken with had gone on about being part of a group who had documented a keep older than the Adventurers Guild. Tibbs's question had only been in wow. Tibbs's question had only been about it existing before them, but the explanation of kings and kingdoms, of war over dungeon, had come only as part of the details of how they had gone about investigating it. He'd forgotten most of what the scholar had said and was grateful for it, but he'd pulled enough from his memory to remember they made grids and assigned scholars to each. They marked the ones already searched, so work wouldn't be done a second time. They'd used ropes to mark the grids. He could make ropes, but on the scale of the forest, he couldn't make enough of it. He also couldn't use essence to make those lines. He'd have to will them to remain, and one slip of his attention and they would dissipate. This is too complicated. And they would be undone. And they would be undone. He settled on a small reshaping of the essence within the trees. With object, changes made within them took time to undo. The solidity of the object kept the essence from changing quickly. With small items made mostly of one element, like metal nails, he could even change their shape and it would keep it. Too many elements, or to even I see, or a too even spread of more than one meant he couldn't make significant changes to them since then. What? Or a too even spread of more than one meant he couldn't make significant changes to them. Oh, wow. Comma. Since then, the interaction between them came into play. Wow. Was that broken? Objects were very much like weaves, the way he understood things. They weren't, he understood that, but to his sense, they still felt so. Trees were composed of multiple elements, but wood was the main one, and deep at their core, it was almost the only element there, with the others around them. Changing the density of that part in the form of an arrow pointing in the direction he was moving stayed. It would go away in time, but hopefully by then he'd have found or confirmed the dungeon didn't exist. So he walked, sensed, and made changes to the essence in the trees to make his grid. He kept them as close to sunrise and sunset ward as he could, walking for 3 days before turning zenith and nadir for 3 more days of walking, and then another turn. 3 more days and yet more turn of and walking to close the square. Then he searched it. He returned to the village every 9 days for supplies, he told them, but mainly so they wouldn't believe the scholar had died when he was too deep to make his regular return. In the end, it took him 3 weeks to search that first square, and had realized this wouldn't be quick. Tibbs swam to the surface of the lake and floated there, the sky darkening. How did Scholar do this? Months without finding anything. How often had he contemplated quitting? Quitting already. He missed the roofs. His uninterrupted run, locked windows, safe that challenged him. Loot they contained. He laughed. Jekyll would never let him forget if Tibbs knew. But Tibbs missed the loot he got from cracking a noble safe. He swam the length of the lake, then exited and readied himself for sleep. This wasn't the same as running, but swimming tired him. Made him feel like he'd accomplished something instead of walking around for nothing. But he'd go back to his search in the morning. He wasn't ready to give up. Not yet, anyway. Come on, Tibbs taunted the large cat. I'm right here. I'm an easy meal. Just bounce already. It was his third encounter with the cat. Half his height at the shoulder, sleek under golden fur, so short it was rough when Tibbs ran his hand on it in the wrong direction. That had almost gotten his hand bitten off. A blast of air had sent the cat away well before the thief sank in. He could make the cat leave him alone, hurt it until it understood Tibbs wasn't his meal. He could kill it and make it his food for a while. But the cat was the only one around, and its attempt to kill him were an entertaining distraction. Fine. He shrugged and turned his back to it. I guess you've given. He spun, faced it mid-leap, grinning. He was certain he read surprise and annoyance on its face as he caught it, fell back, and launched it away. If it could talk, he'd expect a not again out of it. It righted itself before landing, then sat and groomed itself. Oh, sure. You knew. I'd do that. It's how you planned it, isn't it? He rolled his eyes. You are so full of it. I tricked you fair and square. And if you had any honor, you'd admit that. The cat rose, turned in with a flick of the tail, walked away. That's it? You're just letting me win? Do you like going hungry? Is that it? The cat ignored his taunt this time, and Tibbs returned to his search for a dungeon he was more certain didn't exist. Tibbs hated himself. He glared at it and the cat. You know what? This is going to be like that. No, like that. Tibbs hated himself. He glared at it and the cat. You knew it was there. It was here this entire time, didn't you? What took you so long leading me here? The cat had surprised him in the night. He'd woken when the weight landed on him and reflexively thrown it off. Then the chase had been on. He'd run after the cat ran after him. As per the rules they'd agreed to in the early days, he pulled his sense in and only used essence when the cat forgot this was a game between them. Kept reminding it over and over that biting hurt even if he could heal himself, but it didn't care. As the sun shed light through the trees, Tibbs had sensed something at the edge of his highly diminished sense, and of course the distraction had been planned, and the cat made use of his inattention. That had led to more chasing, and now, after the cat led him round and round, around and around, Tibbs stood before a line of dungeon-made trees. The cat sat paces away, looking smug. Hello? The cat canted its head. Not you. I'm trying to get the dungeon's attention. They might be busy elsewhere. He smiled. What do you think? We go in? They won't be able to ignore two runners like us, breezing through the traps. First floor mobs are easy to deal with. I've dealt with many of them. He stepped between the trees, then noticed the cat. He noticed he was alone. Come on, he called back. Don't be a scaredy cat. And don't give me that look. You're a cat and you're obviously scared. Yes, you had reason before. An Omega like you can't just mindlessly walk into a dungeon if you expect to survive. But I'm here now. I've run dungeons with 4 floors. So, I can keep you safe on the first one. Some of his enthusiasm went away. But then the guild took my essence. Don't get mixed in with them. They're all bad people. The cat remained sitting. Tibbs narrowed his eyes. I'm warning you, if you're going to pass me while I'm busy dealing with traps of dungeon creatures, we are going to have a talk about this game of ours. Am I clear? The flick of the tail was the definition of dismissive. He rolled his eyes. This is going to take a while. Don't wait up. This is going to take a while, so don't wait up. He remained alert for the cat's treachery, but that was taken away by the sense of something was wrong. He studied what he sensed while advancing toward the first room, and the ordinary plants he saw there added to the wrongness. He could envision a dungeon, letting them grow naturally as part of the forest theme, but not through the cracks of a broken floor, or around and over the base of dungeon-made trees. The layout reminded him of Stowe's boulder room. Runners would have to move around the trees while creatures attacked. This was more complicated because the height of the trees meant archers and sorcerers wouldn't be able to help. Instead of a corridor, another room waited for him once he exited the first one. A trapped floor by the wooden assemblies visible where the floor had broken open. The third room was spacious, but with nothing in it. A fight would take place there. The lack of an exit meant this was the boss room. Defeating the boss creature would reveal the loot chests and open the exit. If the second floor was completed, he didn't see one, but he sensed the corridors under him. Instead of a stairwell, he sensed a hole in the ground at the back of the room. Couldn't see a way to uncover it, so he undid the wood and earth essence, revealing a ladder. He couldn't deny what the rest hinted at. If it was alive, the dungeon would have fought him for control of the essence. The dungeon had brought the theme of the forest down, but made the trees out of earth. And something had happened here. They were shredded. Deep gouges in the wall that nagged at him enough, he proceeded with care, sword in hand and shield on the other arm. All he sensed were ordinary animals scurrying about, but those gouges had been made by something big, and the room of earthly bramble had been destroyed by something crashing through. The incongruity struck him then. The first floor had no indication, had no destruction, only evidence that time had moved on without the dungeon to maintain it. Whatever had done this had made it down without the dungeon noticing it, or had been allowed down to this floor. He couldn't sense a third floor. What did you do? He whispered, the understanding of what had caused the damage making him shudder. What could a dungeon, so far from anything, do that would bring one of them to enact punishment? He found the dungeon score room by the destroyed wall. The inside was eerily similar to his memory of the destruction of the them at wrought in Stowe's core room. The walls and floors clawed. The cradle in the far wall raked and something ripped out of its center. He found a remnant of the core at its feet. Dull shards of crystal that looked to have been stumped on. He remembered how colorful Stowe's core had been. The lack of color made him more than sad. It made him sick, angry. What could have justified this? Had they needed one? He remembered them as hateful, vindictive. They'd been sent to punish Stowe because he'd helped Craggle Rock. He'd helped people. If something could kill because you'd helped others, did they need a reason at all? What had happened to the dungeon's helper? Had they've been sent back where they came from. Ganny had talked of being taught how to be a helper, that implied a place where it happened. Had the them killed them for their parts in whatever they felt the dungeon had done to deserve death? He looked at the shard. He didn't want. He didn't want what was left of the dungeon to be alone anymore, but to take them meant risking having them fall in others' hands. If he thought he could, he'd take them to Stowe, but Craggle Rock wasn't a place he could go to while the guild remained. They'd be on the lookout for him there more than anywhere else. Furman? Would they know what to do, being so young? Should they see the danger of having the them visit? Could the shard be burned? He could make his fire so hot he had scarred dungeon-made walls while still fought to keep them intact. There would be nothing left here. Nothing left of the dungeon. Of someone who'd only lived to test people, to push them to get stronger, smarter, wiser. He couldn't add to the destruction, even if there was no life left. He returned to the first floor, covered the hole with earth and grass. He didn't have to do anything else. Nature was already asserting itself. It would look odd to someone coming across this, but nothing here would make them think there was more. No one will bother you anymore, he whispered and headed out of the dungeon's remain. The cat looked up from where it was sunning itself. You don't have to worry. I'm leaving. He was confident the expression was about time. Then they laid their head back down. It was fun, he called as he headed away. And this concludes chapter 69 of Stepping Wild. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available for free on Royal Road. If you want to read ahead of that and support me in the process, that is on my Patreon, where you can get about 20 chapters ahead. Sorry, not Patreon, Ream Story. Yeah. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time, on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. I will be right back. You don't really get stressed during dentures on fire. You don't go into hysterical panic, and you don't even know what panic feels like. A lot of you folks seem to be like that. Freak out part. Get function really well in life or death. Yeah. I think we, well, at least in my case, I lack an ability to care deeply about stuff, which I think helps with the not freaking out too much. All right, I need to place a phone call. That's a statement, Colo. Not caring. Well, I don't know if people want me to care that way, but yeah, uh, I I discover that about myself. I can very easily disconnect myself from people. If a relationship ends, okay, I just walk away from it and continue with my life. Um, yeah, like I'm just that way. Like, I don't know if it's a me thing or an ADHD thing or whatever. But it is all the way things are with me. And I am perfectly fine with it. There is everything boring and not used. The person could go a distance, but it's most certainly not notice stuff that normal people do. And brain of biggest empathy decrypted. Yeah. After arrest, you're dangerously unmaintained 3D printer. Cool. Have fun.
Alright, so that's done. Oh, that's right. Wait. Did I remove? Must have. Okay, so I need to figure out timing. Well, scheduling, really. Also need something else. Oh, right. I don't want to start with that. No. I am missing. So that's done. I can. It'll be May 22nd. So that's not giving me a lot of time. Well, if I want to start it on the I think that's what I'm going to do. Oh, it's already there. Okay. And I'm more in line. Second. That's 2 weeks. If we say June 20, say 20th. Oh, we're 27th. June 20th is here, so. I think that's what I'm going to do. You guys have changed that. So I definitely want to. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I need to change things because I'm forgetting a detail. This is open to the public. This is free. Although, yeah, I'm gonna have to remember how to work with this. This is gonna be interesting.
No, he did not know his mic was muted. I placed a phone call and I forgot to turn it back on. Welcome to the stream. Sorry for taking so long to notice your arrival. Okay, let's try this again. How about we open the correct file this time? And what are you up to today, Darth? Not sure yet. Still tired from yesterday's stream. Come on, I know we wrote the outline. Oh, I see. We just called them book 10 and 11 and stuff. Okay. Alright, so this is ready for this afternoon. For once, I'm prepping stuff a little early. Well, took a while, but finally managed to get that done. I do think it's going to result with having to take next Friday off. Hmm. Alrighty. I'm actually I need to update something. And I need to update that. All right. Now, I will take lunch. I will be back in about an hour. So I hope to see you then.
And welcome back, everyone. You are in a mood to re-rail everything, aren't you? Well, you know, derail. Oh, okay, that's different. Skulls for the skull throne, blood for the blood god, glory to the question mark. Alrighty, this afternoon it is. Let's cover that up. So today, I'm going to be starting book 10. In the Monster and Batman series. The working title for this is The Tourists. And today, I'm going over the outline, trying to, well, one, refresh it, because I'm bad at remembering what happens in a book, but also, and this book, this series, one of my challenge is sticking to the outline. This is meant to be action, so I want things to move quickly. So yeah. So book 10. Book 10 starts the fourth trilogy, which is called Lost Hope. You saw a tiny smirk, and revolves around the town that Tristan and Alex establish, and the monsters that gather there. So, chapter 1. Tristan is waiting for the last of the monsters to show up for his little spectacle. Not that he thinks of it like that, no. He is making a point. But at least some of the people gathered are clear to make their thoughts known. Others tell them to shut up, not out of respect for Tristan, but because it's been a while since they saw someone die. Basically, this is going to be... This chapter will serve as an introduction to the town, the kind of people that live there. Both the monsters and the non-monsters. Eventually the last person arrived, likely Cornelius, due to her bad hip. So Tristan brings out his captives. Well, that would be singular. The thing is, I may start this in the middle of it. I don't know if I'm going to start with waiting for the arrival. Again, I want things to be very active. So the odds are I will start with Tristan giving his speech. A speech covering the crimes committed by the consequences, which he carries out with a single bullet, the Desert Eagle. Yeah, and this is the thing with the outline just gives us what's going to happen. In my mind, I see this being a little
less straightforward. Not that there's going to be complication, but basically I see Tristan, going through the stuff, the thief, because basically, okay, Tristan's rules are fairly simple. You don't cause shit in town. You do not bring shit to town. And one of the monster has brought someone for their own reason, and that someone happens to be a thief, and he started stealing from people in the town. He got caught. And basically Tristan's going to go through his, his spiel, and then he's going to tell the guy, leave. And they're in the middle of a desert, of the New Mexico desert, so he's not going to be happy, but he's going to leave, and as he makes it 20, 30 paces, Tristan's going to shoot him in the back. That's what happens if you break his rules. And then basically, it's up to the monster who vouch for him to deal with the body. And through that, I am going to establish some people. I'm going to reestablish some of the crowd, some of the returning characters, because a few of the reservation have settled there. Not that many of them. Basically, off the top of my head, that I am confident is there. Jacoby, Cornelius, Jason, and Julian, because the hacker survived. These are the four that I am confident from the reservation have moved there. I don't know if Xavier is there or not. It will probably depend entirely on if I find something for him to do, or I might just include him in a background shot kind of thing. But yeah. And beyond that, I am going to be introducing new monsters. And again, new non-monster, because that's the thing. Lost Hope turns into not so much a safe haven for monsters, but for outcasts. People who, for whatever reason, can't really stay within society. The monsters are the first, obviously at the top of that. Because if you're monstrous enough but sane enough to know you can't function in society, you want a place to retire to. You want a place to get out of the way, so that you can have a life. And the way I view things is that some of those monsters, enjoy your alert, Colo, have connections, families, and that have been part of how they've remained in control, and the families have come with them. This is going to be about establishing things, and going from there. So, people disperse if there's complaint about it being too clean. Monsters whose friend was there isn't going to be a problem. This is how the explanation of these people are like me, but not your friends. Didn't stick harder. Tristan watches them go before heading to town proper. We get to see a town somewhat into the afternoon, with people finishing up for the day. People who aren't monsters dressed just as sheriff. Basically what he is in a town of monsters, outcasts, and people attached to them. Chapter ends with his and Alex's home. Sound of cooking from the kitchen. Oops. Chapter 2. Alex, and going to continue with the flipping of point of view. Alex is cooking for his men. Dinner is about the only meal he can get him to eat that isn't pemmican. This may change a little bit. In my mind, about a year has passed between the end of Last Detour and the start of the Tourists. And that's a year between during which they've established things, they've settled, and the town gotten the town going again, and all that kind of stuff. And there are foods that Tristan could be convinced to eat. There are diets that he could uh, that he could be convinced of. Like pemmican is his go-to because it's an easy all-around great food, and it's very efficient, and Tristan is strong on efficiency. That is something that is going to loosen a little bit with having a family and no longer being on the run, because this is part of what happened is that from the moment he got a family, they pretty much ended up on the run. So he has, this is the first place where he gets to you know settle down, settle down in a way that prevents him from remaining purely a monster. He has to socialize. He has to, and I think there's going to be changes. Like just like I'm at this point, I figure Alex is no longer quite militant about his coffee drinking. He still drinks a lot. It's Alex. Like he's never going to not drink a lot of coffee. But I figure that things are going to slow down. Tristan being Tristan sneaks up on him. Things get a bit flirty. Alex tries to be defiant, only to provoke a reaction. Tristan knows, but this time he complies. So sex happens. In fact, sex is most of the chapter. This is going to be a challenge, probably, to write. Like I used to have an easy time writing porn. Um, and that's become very difficult. I said I wanted some of the sex to be interesting point of view. So if so, change early. Otherwise, chapter ends at the call Jacoby interrupting the afterglow. Hey, Robert! Well, welcome to see. Then I got soft. Yeah, yeah. I I can't explain it. I honestly don't know why. Like one aspect that has gotten in the way um, of it earlier was the fact that in the end it's all the same. Like there's only so many different ways you can insert tab A into slot B or C. Like eventually you're always redoing the same. And while I understand that the reader's not going to care, it irks me. And yeah, it made it. But now I'm at the point where like I actually have to struggle to write porn, which is why I don't have it. And this is probably the last series that I'm writing that has it. Like this, it has it because this is book 10, and when I started, it was still easier. It was still easy-ish to write. But yeah, this is going to be interesting. Anyway, so that's chapter. So okay. So that's chapter 2. Yeah, that's going to be interesting. Like, yeah. If I can write the sex, I can fill the chapter with it, which basically, based on the outline, was the plan. If not, I'm probably going to need to work around stuff. All right. No matter where I ended up the previous chapter, a lot of Tristan's focus mentality is on the sex. He just had sex had with Alex, and what it might mean. I think, okay. I think that the way I can approach the sex is trying to show from Alex's point of view what's going on, because there's stuff going on with Tristan, and this is basically what, because that's the big change in Tristan. He can no longer envision himself killing Alex, which has been a very, very strong thing to their relationship for a very long time, and is kind of the reason Alex is with him. Both these men are broken, if it's not clear. But yeah, I'll try to get those boxes under control because we're sure we call them about as important. But no, that's the thing. Alex is with Tristan because Tristan is the perfect man for Alex. He is physically strong. He is a beast. Like he's the monster of the Monster and Batman series. Alex is the Batman. Tristan is pure controlled violence. He is a violent man. He has it under control. He controls it. And in the first book, I believe, he literally tells Alex that they cannot be together. They cannot work because if they are together, at some point, Tristan is going to kill Alex. And Alex, that works for him. Alex doesn't think he deserves to live. Deep down, Alex believes that he doesn't deserve to live. That he's a bad man, and bad men should die. Bad men should be removed, and he's not suicidal, but he's been looking without quite knowing it for someone like Tristan. And basically, and that promise that one day Tristan will kill him. Like, it's not the glue that holds him there, but it's something he's looking forward to. Like, he's not going, I want it to be today, but that promise is there. And part of this trilogy is what happens when that promise is no longer there. What is Alex in a relationship with Tristan if that promise of death disappears? Who is Tristan? With the realization that there's someone he can't actually kill, because that's part of him. Tristan can kill. Tristan has no issues killing. He doesn't look forward to it. He doesn't get a thrill of it. He's very dispassionate when he kills, but he can and has killed. And Alex is now someone, like, he's realizing that the simple idea of killing Alex no longer works. Like, it's like he can no longer see himself doing that. There's one other person he cannot envision killing, but their relationship doesn't revolve around that. Like, the relationship between Tristan and Emile, who is his son, doesn't involve one looking to die and stuff like that. So it's never been an issue that, I can't see myself killing Emile because it's Emile. Tristan will kill a lot of people to protect Emile. But Alex, that promise has always been there. That's always been part of it. And that's always been something until now that Tristan just knew was going to happen. And now he can't. So, Tristan reaches the hotel in time. It's probably going to be a motel instead of a hotel, but talk to the owner before the tourists arrive, and he'll tell them the tourists are off limit because, back on these guys from the execution 2 chapters earlier. Tourists arrive, and if the readers are falling behind on recapping who they are, we can get the windfall of information now. Falling behind. It's not like we're going to have, 2 tourists arrived. Jacoby tried to direct them to the gas station. They insisted on a hotel. And it's too late, too far from the nearest town. They didn't have a place. They'd have to camp on the side of the road. Really? There we go. Tristan's paranoia won't dismiss how they found this place, but it's currently just small buzz. There are several billion people on this planet, and some can't keep their nose where they don't belong. Showing up isn't a problem, so long at least So long as they're leaving in the morning. Now, yeah. And there's not a lot in here, and these are written by my co-scripter. We basically we brainstorm stuff. Stories are 75% my ideas. Like the core of all my stories, like, with a few exceptions, are mine. But he's always adding details. He's always adding stuff because he's does that make TM less into Tristan is not less into Tristan doesn't care less, doesn't love Alex left, and one of his thought processes that I'm probably going to have to get more through is, does he love Alex too much? Is that the problem? Because part of it, on Tristan's point of view, is that love is not something that he knows. Like it takes him 3 books to tell Alex that he loves him, and it comes out of left field even for him. Like he doesn't Book 1, 2, and 3 are those were supposed to be the only books. Like when I wrote the first one, I could see there was going to be 3 more, but I didn't see at that point there was going to be a series. Or that I would be able to pull it off. My co-scripter really saved me on that. No, killing Alex is not a component of Tristan's love. It was simply an inevitability of being in a relationship with him. Tristan understands that he's a monster. Tristan understands that he is dangerous. And he also understands that his control cannot always remain, that his control will slip. So that's why and if his control will slip, he will kill. And if somebody is close to him, that person will die. Is Alex turned off? No, because the sex is disconnected from it. While it does come into play within the sex, from Tristan's point of view, the sex is not about he doesn't expect to die in the middle of sex. He fully expects that at some point down the line, Tristan will go, you know what, this is over. He'll take his gun and shoot him in the head. Like, this is because Tristan is dispassionate in his killing. Tristan very rarely kills in the heat of the moment. Most of his kills are very very calculated. So yeah, no. But the thing is that without this promise of death being there, Alex needs to wrestle. Alex will wrestle to, if that's not there, why am I in this relationship? And Alex will part of his arc in this trilogy, is Alex will come to realize that there's more to what he wants out of Tristan than an eventual death. That that was a component, but it is not the sole thing there. Because like I said, both of them are broken because of what happened to them when they were kids and stuff like that. And it has skewed how they see themselves and the world. And both have big blinders in regards to who they are, what they want. And that's part of what they will and I don't know how to do this in my sales pitch. This is the problem. There's a shift of okay. This is the difference between marketing and me doing this. This is an interaction. I am interacting with you. I am interacting with people. I am doing that. Marketing, sales pitch is me looking at a wall. And I cannot interact with a wall. Writing the few adverts that I have is like I don't know what to say because I don't have someone that gives me a sense of what they're interested in. So yeah, I do get that I get intense, but I need a reason to get intense. Alrighty, so chapter 4. Alex somehow managed to save dinner and jump on his rig at the same time. Tristan is going to be late getting back work. He needs to poke some of the monsters who might be tempted to interfere with the tourists. Which, yes, tourists. Hacker chat line in town is busy. There are already contests of who sees who can find out the most of them. And just because he's late to the party doesn't mean Alex isn't going to lose. Alex is going to lose. After all, he built the network, so here's the best connection. He's going to win out even cheating. And why is he getting lag? I'm just going to the idea of what is and isn't sales. Oh, probably. As with the characters in my stories, I have misconceptions and I have biases. I have preconceptions. Like I said, marketing to me comes across as extremely sleazy, and I know why. I understand why it comes across as sleazy, because I've been on the receiving end of so many unsolicited sales calls that it has left me feeling like that's the only thing it is. On a rational level, I understand that's not true. But on an emotional level, which is a too big component at times, that's what it always feels like. Every time that I sit down to write something marketing related, the first thing that pops in my head is, who the bleep wants to listen to this bullshit? Every time. I cannot stop myself. And once I'm there, there's not a lot of work that happens. I have talked with people who are not marketers, but people who do that a bit more. And they've gone, well, you just need to do this and this and this. And I've tried. Like, I understand that without marketing, I'm not going to earn a living doing this. I understand it. And it's not enough to get me to overcome it. Like, every time that the idea of doing something marketing related jumps in, disgust is what I feel. I've managed to automate a few things that, I built over months of stuff. If you jump to my Blue Sky, you'll see that every Monday, 3 p.m., there's an advert for one of my books. And, those only exist because I was able to swallow the disgust long enough to write them, build them, and put them on a timer. And they show up every week. And I don't have to think. I don't have to look about it. I don't have to do anything. Like it's done. The only time I have to do something about it is when I get a new book. When I have a new book, I need to add something else. But, ask me to go on. Everybody goes, well, you need to go to Reddit and, talk about your books. Yeah. Okay. Where on Reddit? And why Reddit? Isn't that place filled with disgust? Like, isn't the only thing people do there is laugh at other people? Yeah. Okay, I'm going to tone it down. But yeah, this is the thing. Marketing is something that really, really does not sit well with me. If I had money, I'd pay people to do this. If I had money, I would give money away. I would go, you know what? You have my book. do the marketing. If you have questions, ask me. I'll be happy to answer them. If you want to set up an interview, you know, cool. Don't ask me to do that. That is the reason I never even thought of approaching traditional publishing. Because I would have to convince them that I'm the right person for them. And trust me, I'm not. But yeah, it's like I fully understand I'm shooting myself in the foot. I get that. Doesn't help. Hey, Akla, how are you doing today? Sorry you came in the middle of a self-directed rant. You kind of heard how I'm doing. Alrighty. Why is he getting lagged? Next morning, Alex trudges to the diner with a chip on his shoulder. System shouldn't lag, not unless something's wrong. This is going to be interesting because, I know why it's lagging. Thing is, it can't be only him. Because it's not his system that's lagging, it's the network of the town that's being overloaded. And, part of that will, that I'll have to come up with jargon. Like, I don't do, what do they call pseudo jargon. I don't remember what they call it. Techno jargon. I don't really do techno jargon, but the thing is, I'm no programmer. I'm not a computer expert. So, and I need to write things in such a way that Alex can convince the reader of the stuff I see. So, I think I've managed it to like I've had Alex hack places, and I think I've pulled it off. But that's part of the fun. That's part of the thing. Also, Alex being a little off center makes it a little easier. Well, no, because Alex is the one who built the network. Alex built it with Tristan, and I suspect that Ralph will have played a hand. So the network is very, very, very good, but what I think I'm going to establish it is that it is a balanced network. That the network is very good, so long as because he knows exactly who the hackers are in town, and he knows what they're capable and all that kind of stuff. So it's built to accommodate them. What he doesn't know is that he's got a hacker in town that's hiding. The town has an unknown resident. And that's part of what takes place through this trilogy. It's, for lack of a better word, what's going to keep Alex busy in the trilogy while Tristan is dealing with the other threats. Because with them not being on the run and being stationary, my issue became, how do I keep both of them active in the story? Because while Tristan will go after physical problem, Alex will deal with that when they come to his door, but he's not quite that much of a... Like, Alex goes after perverts. Alex goes after the sexual predators who think they are too high in society to be touched. Well, it's overwhelmed by another hacker doing a lot of extensive work, so the bandwidth gets bogged down. Basically, it's data transfer that's going to be the issue. I mean, at this point, the way I view it. Like, again, I'm not an expert on that kind of stuff. I will definitely be bullshitting the reader a lot. Like, I can't last time to okay, but yeah, like, I'm going to have to, again, like, in the moment I'll come up with stuff, and when I do a second draft, I'll make it make sense. Um, but now that we're talking about, like, I'm kind of looking at it, I'm going, well, yeah, of course, there's going to be a central server, so that can be overwhelmed. So that might be, but it's not an attack. Um, it's just, well, I mean, a system. There's going to be a system in place to process the internet. Um, like I say, a server when I mean whatever the entirety of what it is. Um, the, but the but the bottom line here is that this cannot be just his rig that is being affected. So what I'm going to have to do is, as he's in the hacker chat room and stuff like that, everybody's going to comment on something being wrong with the internet, and because Alex is the one responsible for it, it falls on him to deal with it. So it's not going to change anything as to what happens. This is just small realization I make after the fact of the outline being written, because the outline was written a few months ago at this point. So yeah, next morning, Alex trudged into the diner with a chip on his shoulder. His system shouldn't lack. At this point, instead of being his system, it's going to be the network, the server network, whatever, that is. Not all something is wrong. Question is, what is wrong? The system is clean, so it might be something on the hard line connecting into town, the satellite hubs, just checking that manually. And the other thing is that, my co-scripter also is not an internet savvy person. Whoops. Change. What the? So, can have the TV jitters in the diner or something. That's something I hadn't considered. Like how, Yeah, like how would, because the thing is, I don't do world building. I'm a discovery writer, so everything, and until you put out, I hadn't considered, okay, what do people do in the town for stuff like television and stuff like that? Because, there is no TV provider there. So it would be them. Yeah. And I guess the simplest way I can do it, phone with cellular network is a little easier, I think, for me to handle, because I can have them set up cell towers. I can have them hack into cell network. And with television, I'm kind of thinking, yeah, but they're not going to have landlines over there. At least I don't. I don't really see. Yeah, that's going to be part. It's all part of stuff I'm going to have to think about. So that's why it's nice having somebody else poke holes, because now I'm going to have to think about. I'm going to have to figure out, okay, so for cell extension, yeah. So yeah, that's okay. But yeah, I'm going to have to resolve how stuff like television, and I guess if they have a pirate internet network, I'm also going to have to resolve how they connect to the main internet network. Yeah, it'll be interesting. The diner people are there. Here know Alex well, and they stick to the coffee ration. Again, that was, written. Well, that was written without me really taking in consideration what 1 year of living in one place will do to both of them. Because yes, Alex is addicted to coffee. Uh, Basically, he carries his coffee in a crate filled with travel mugs, and he goes through all of that way too quickly. Heart patch and commercial line, yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Um, but at this point, he's going to be down to slightly more reasonable coercion. Ryan is there, and Alex will address him, but he's in the kitchen, not a waiter. Doesn't keep Alex from shouting comment. Ryan is also not the only cook, as they need someone else there if the deputy duty is kicking. Ryan is a character. Okay, Ryan is my co-scripter's character. He's one of that character was brought into book 7. Yeah, book 7 of the series. Ryan and Ralph were him because I was dealing with monsters, and they are a type of monster. And because they're there, he also introduced the concept that's going to come into play central in the story about 2 trilogies down the line, which is a little bit running in the background, like and is going to be a down the line explanation to many things that have happened to Tristan before the story takes place. Basically, he brought in the concept of the monster factory, branch of the military that actively creates monsters. The reason is that while I made a decision to keep this as real, in quotes, as possible, what I have Alex and Tristan do is so far out there. Like, I don't break laws of physics, but I do break laws of plausibility unless I accept that there's a class of people that are exceptional. And with my core scripter, we kind of basically they become elites. An elite is a class of people that the military branch is actively creating, and one of the thing that leads to an elite is hard young trauma. So they engineer trauma into young people in the hope of causing elites. And this is the thing, like when I say monsters, while many of the people there are serial killers and stuff like that, there's also a good number of actual elite because of being broken, because of the trauma, many elites cannot function in society. The fun aspect here is also out there that really fun poke at tech wise. Yeah. But yeah, I try very hard to walk that line. So once we decided elites were a thing, we needed to define what is an elite. And what I decided on is that an elite is a person who has one aspect of them that is beyond what is quote unquote normally possible. Alex's hacking is what makes him an elite. Like, he can sit down at a computer and he can get into anything and everything. Now, that doesn't mean there's no one better than him. But it's all. And he does have, well, actually, you know what? This is the thing. Elite and Alex and Tristan are a little elites among elites. Tristan is an elite of elite because he has multiple things he excels at. I literally had to downgrade him because in the first version of the first story, I sent it to my editor just for the fun of it. He read it and he went, Tristan is too good. There's nothing he cannot do. And he was right. So I removed some of the things that he could do, and well, not remove, but downgraded them a lot. And the nice thing that it did is that it allowed me to have him delegate that stuff to other people so that I could introduce new characters. Azir is there because I did with my because of what my editor said. I removed Tristan's ability to easily hack stuff. Uh, Somebody called the locksmith was introduced so that Tristan needed help when it came to lock. Like he can, because in the first version he could do everything. That was right. Like he could do absolutely everything. But in a hand-to-hand fight, he's unbeatable. With guns, he's unbeatable. He's very good with driving. He's very good with mechanics. Like he's very good with a lot of things. Like he's not the best. Not Ryan. Ralph is an elite when it comes to making stuff. Ralph is the elite on that. But yeah, basically there's a class of people called the elites, and they are beyond, the norm. Like they're the, okay. If you are familiar with Unbreakable, yeah, I think that's the name of it. Unbreakable. That's kind of the route we ended up talking, where it's very low key. Like it's not breaking the laws of physics, but it's pushing everything to its limit. Emil, Tristan's son, Tristan's adoptive son, can turn anything into a weapon. And the fun I have with him is, what can I have him fight with when he shows up? What can I put in his hand that is really not something that should lend itself to a physical fight, and how can he turn it into that? His favorite weapon. Do elite attracts elite? Not in and of itself. They don't tend to attract each other, but they tend to notice one another. Mainly because and they may not, like, the thing is, the term doesn't exist. Like, this is not a term that is bandied around. Well, in this case, the reason why there's so many elites there is because the community is built for monsters. It's built for people who cannot function within society. And due to the severe trauma that leads to the elites, many of these people cannot function within society, so they end up in Lost Hope. Jacoby and Emil actually guide people there. Basically, yeah, the monsters who survive, tend to have the level of skill needed to make that happen. But also they tend to find people that help them. Like many of the monsters in Lost Hope have families. They have people around them that are able to understand the beast, live with that beast, and in the process allow the beast to function within very narrow parameters. They're all human. This is not a supernatural story. Everyone is human in there. If you mean, do I have monsters who are not elites? Oh, yes. We have serial killers in this town. We have murderers. We've basically anyone who wanted to get away from society, who needed to get away from society, has found their way to Lost Hope. Those who were able to function within that ecosystem survived. Eventually the tourists arrive. Of course, they are eating. Do I have anti-monster? Can you explain what you mean by that? Eventually the tourists arrive, and of course we are eating before leaving. They might make Tristan and Alex nail, but Alex is much more sociable. Close this chapter, the vehicle outside will start spouting smoke. Tristan's box are trying to have firework. The boxes are Tristan's emotion. That's the visualization I use in a monster with expertise in killing and tracking others. That would be Tristan, really. Tristan, that would kind of be Tristan. He, okay, yeah, please do. But yeah, basically that's how I demonstrate Tristan's control over himself. Is that he has all his emotion in boxes, and he keeps the box on control. Some boxes are chained because the emotions are too strong. Some boxes he puts a hand on, and a few of the boxes are cracked. The boxes for Alex and Emil are broken. Like there's plenty of cracks, and they leak out stuff, which I use to represent how, he cannot control what he feels for these people. Not and the worst part is that Paranya might not be wrong, not in a town of monsters. Trouble is, he told everyone who might be a problem not to touch them. So, did someone disobey, or is it someone he didn't suspect? Or, is it honestly just choosing this moment to break down? Tristan will live the last one only when he gets these tourists out of town without getting murdered. It's quick enough to get Ralph on the case. The only delay on him getting the tow truck down there is putting whatever weapon he was putting away whatever weapon he was crafting. If it was a custom job for one of the residents, though, this is a town security issue. With the car taken away, it's just a matter of keeping the tourists distracted while they are here. Ryan would be ideal if they hadn't spotted him working in the kitchen in the diner. Might still work, but thankfully there's another option to choose. Already approached a couple. What if Alex complains? Well, it will give Tristan motivation to physically work through the emotions he experienced during sex last night. Until then, however, Tristan will start investigating the monster inside to see if any of them are guilty. Hey! Why did you crash? I didn't do anything, Scrivener. Why did you crash? Oh man, please tell me I didn't lose it. I didn't lose the document. Okay, good. I didn't lose the document. Other things changed, but I did not lose the document. Good. Oh, that would have been... You're off to lurk. Have fun or checking the storyboard. Thank you. Have fun with... No. Have fun with with whatever you're doing. Alright, let me... You know what? Let me do this. Let me shut it down now manually so that the settings will stay in place. Going to do wall painting. Well, enjoy. The dinner was slow as Alex walked in. TV flickered, the background, the internet was done to eat his food. Abigail walked in with a giant smile, bumping joyful tune very much not typical resident of town. Happy somehow got... she was always too happy and somehow always got everyone to go with her thinking. Alex was wary of her gentle, everyone is great way of doing things. She had an angle, about to figure it out. This type of character. Too nice to a point of evil. Like, I don't have one like that, but this doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Because this is psychology at this point. This is just someone with a very high, very high knowledge and intuition for psychology, and using that to control people. So the answer is, would there be somebody like that? Well, yeah, there is definitely someone like that in this world. Would there be someone like that in Lost Hope? Only if they are actually able to play well with others. It's a good foil, yes, but it's not the kind of story I'm telling. But yeah, like yes, an elite like that can definitely exist within the construct, within the context of the world I created. And again, like someone like that living in Lost Hope will depend entirely on the person's ability. Because this is the thing, Tristan is in charge. That person would not be able to manipulate Tristan. Tristan would be the one person she can't manipulate because Tristan is pure control. And the moment it would become apparent that she is doing that kind of stuff in town, that falls under the category of causing shit. And she would be removed. Now, if that person is able to control the need to cause that kind of problem and leave town when she wants to do it, she'd be fine to live there. That's the thing. The town is an ecosystem where these monsters function. The degrees of control that needed varies, and they'll be applied, accordingly. But they are functional. Well, that's the thing. Yeah, but not just not press Tristan. That person would have to know not to do it in town. To not do it to other people, or at least not do it to a point where it causes problem. Like her sweet talking the butcher into giving her an extra slice of beef. Sure, that is, that falls under, yeah, that's not a problem. But her causing one of the monster in town into, beating the crap out of someone she doesn't like, that would get her in trouble. Like I said, this is the thing. Like if she's the kind of monster who is not out of control, who understands the rule and is able to function within them, then she'd be fine in town. I mean, hell, I might steal that. I need residents. Like, I need residents in towns. Like I might steal that if you don't mind. Well, actually, I'm going to steal it so that you might or not might be a little iffy. But yeah, like small thing is fine. Like, Tristan is realistic. Like, he's not, like Lost Hope is not a paradise. It is not a utopia. It's also not a dystopia. So, like, he understands that there'll be arguments, that there'll be trouble. But, trouble is not necessarily causing shit, and causing shit is more than trouble. So, and it's why I'm using thievery as the inciting example, because it's clearly a problem for the town. If you steal from your neighbor, you're causing problem. This is not just somebody getting this is not just getting into an argument over whose baseball team is the best. This is outright cause. So yeah, that character sweet talking people into going along with what she wants because she wants them to mow her lawn. Yeah, that's, she's not even getting a talk to for that. Alrighty, chapter 6. Alex isn't Tristan. You cannot put a mask on him because Tristan is a master at adopting other personalities, of becoming someone else for a job. Like, it's not something he does for the fun of it. Like, it's not, he only does it when the situation forces him to. But when he does it, he can be whoever he needs to be. He also has an extensive list of aliases and false identities. Book one actually deals with that specifically because, is where I introduce the two main characters and they meet while Tristan is pretending to be someone else. Alex doesn't even feel a need to negotiate more coffee for just the task. Yeah. Not that he'll ever admit that Tristan was right about the caffeine addiction. He'll show them about town. About the only warning I need to give about this series is that it's, gay romance and there's gay sex in it. There's explicit gay sex in it. He'll show them about the town. They already have the cafe, motel, gas station. There's a kindergarten. Kids love above 8 are homeschooled. The gym, which doesn't only have the hottest guys in town because his own husband is committed to this home workout. Also, can't miss the drive-in monster theater. Don't worry, they have stadium seating for those who don't want to trade gas for privacy. Otherwise, there are stores, but not the tourist trap type stores. A couple kind of wants to check in on their car. Alex takes them there. They have Alex and one of the tourists focus on the talk with Ralph while the other does his sabotage. And this is the outline for me and my co-scriptor. So yeah, of course, we already know that the tourists are the problem here. This isn't opening selling in the South. Bessler down there. Ryan will arrive partway through Ralph's lunch, hot from the diner. There's little strange to tourists other than the revelation they are roommates. Otherwise, there is much more need. Is there much to linger on this point of view beyond this? We need a close transition. That's about it. Tristan is having a rough day, or rather, a lot of other people are having a rough day as he applies the pressure until he's convinced they aren't the ones behind this. How much of that is shown? How much is recap? Up to me. Yeah, it'll depend on how I feel. And this is going to be Tristan's problem because it would be way easier to just kick in everybody's head, but he can't kick someone's head if he doesn't know they're responsible, that they're guilty. Without knowing who is here, you can't say much about what Tristan would be interrogating, much less what else he might be doing. Sometime in the chapter will have to be spent reaching the end of the hunt if we are going to adjust the tempo so I get a sex scene to land where I want it. Yes, this is our version of an outline. This is our version of outline. I'm a discovery writer. I personally, myself, left to my own, cannot write an outline to save my life. And I came across my co-scriptor through a series of incidents, and he agreed to help me out, and that evolved. First, he agreed to help me out, beta read some of my stories, and that evolved into him helping me out plan a story, and that had evolved into him helping me write outlines for my stories. So at this point, it's become something that I use a lot because my writing is faster if I have an outline. I love discovery writing, and I will not stop discovery writing. There are stories that I purposely do not send his way because I just want discovery, but I notice a clear speed difference. You can't write freehand without an outline, and that's fine. Like, we're all different. But I love working with an outline. I just cannot write my own. So Tristan will run through everyone and come up empty. So this really might just be a case of things going wrong. Paranoid Bucks won't want to accept that, but we've already covered that. Won't shut up until the tourists are gone. Eventually, Tristan check the time, head home to grab Pemmican Bar, head to the Walkers. That would be Ryan and Ralph, and then invites himself for dinner. He and Ralph have some talking to do. Lets you stop thinking about all the details of the world and stick to story. Yeah. It also, for me, the other help is that I know where the story is heading. Which with discovery writing, with pure discovery writing, I don't always know that. It's called Hey, Benjamin, welcome to the stream. Storyboard internally for reasons. Look at writing the cliff notes of the story before the cool. Yeah, and yeah, that's true. It is headlined as storyboard. But yes, the Walkers are Ryan and Ralph, who share a last name while not being related. And then invite himself to dinner. He and Ralph have some talking to do, which is close to where we end the scene, since we need to switch things with arcs and story beats. Cool. Chapter 8. Alex is just about done being the escort to the tourist, most in terms of the word, and there's dinner at the diner, going to watch an actual movie, then finally get them safely to the hotel, at least as safe as they can be, not run by a slasher who is only kept in check by Alex's hunk of a husband. Okay. Tourist, basically, okay. Lost Hope, it's not a secret town, but it is a hidden town. Lost Hope is in the middle of the New Mexico desert. And as far as any census is aware, the town died 60, 70 years ago. The Alex, Tristan, and Emil come across it at the start of book 7 as they are being chased by bounty hunters. And there's a bit of a fight taking place there. And then, they carry on their way. And Emil is the one who notices the signboard as they are driving in that direction. And at the end of book 9, the reservation, which is where Tristan used to live, has been destroyed, and the surviving resident don't have anywhere to go. So Emil goes, well, we drove through this town back in New Mexico. Why don't we do that? And the book ends with Tristan sort of going, you know what? I'm going to dump them there, and we can go on our way. And clearly, things did not go according to his plan because, he's now settled there as well. So there's nothing there as far as anyone is concerned. So this couple sort of finds themselves in there by accident. So the locals call them the tourists. And, I call them the tourists simply because I needed to refer to them as something. And yeah, so they've got to deal with the tourists. Tristan has to make sure none of the monsters in town decide that they're on the menu, that they're available. And because the car is broken, that delays things, if you've paid attention to what's actually written there, because again, this is for me and Benjamin, so we don't hide things from each other. Like, you know, the monster, the tourists are the one causing that are going to cause the problem. So because they're actually a pair of bounty hunters, you know, looking to capture one of the monsters in town. Um, Okay, speaking of, time to go check back on said husband, see if he's getting about getting a good lack of sleep tonight, which is okay until Alex gets home, finds Tristan not there. Text him, he's at the Walkers. Makes sense, the car's important still. One more thorn in Alex's bonnet. Alex heads to the Walkers to drag his husband home. When he gets there, Tristan is trying to negotiate with Ralph and Ryan to allow him to stay over so he can take the final part as soon as they're finished 3D printing and get them installed into the car. And part of that is because Ralph has a very, very strict schedule. Because Ralph is somebody who could work himself to death. Work and kill probably a lot of people around him in the process if he wasn't given very strict parameters. And Ryan is in charge of that. So, you know, Ralph's workday ends at a very fixed time. It starts at a very fixed time, and no work happens in between. And that doesn't quite work for Tristan today. Ralph's work ethic are going to have nothing to do with that, as Alex gets his husband out of there to destroy his ass. Might be room for a touch of foreplay, aka arguing. Yes, these two physically fighting tends to lead to sex a lot of the time. Here, if I want a real sex scene to be in Tristan's head. But yeah, this will be about timing things so that the sex starts in Tristan's point of view, because, you know, in chapter 2, sex is in Alex's point of view, and I get to explore the fallout in Tristan's head. And here I want to quote unquote walk the reader through what's going on with Tristan. You know. So sex in Tristan's head, and what does it mean when Tristan is only faking being capable of killing Alex whenever he still wants? Sex will take a bit of time, and there's the morning after as Alex rushes off to play nanny to the sweet couple, and then Tristan is left with his thoughts. Personal marriage issue aside, town is a crisis right now, so he gets back on the case. He scarred all the monster in town twice over this, so now it's just a matter of getting them out fast. So it's back to the Walkers. Strange sort of magic that happens when Tristan and Ralph are in the same room together with no one else who requires any masks, just a fact and no window dressing. Cornelius would likely have all sorts of racist comment if she knew. Oh yeah, Tristan's black, as is Ralph. If she knew, but that's neither here nor there. Benjamin, do I establish Cornelius as racist? Cornelius shows up mainly in the first trilogy, so I don't really remember, and my memory is bad, and I don't quite remember. Like, there's a beef between her and Tristan because she came on to him, he turned her down, she tried to kill him, he broke her legs. But I don't remember if it's, if Cornelius is racist, if I set her up as being racist, and that's not to say I'm going to change it. I'm just curious. In any case, last part is out of the printer, getting electroplated. Once they are out of the acid bath, as simple as, and before an explanation can be completed, the car sags as the propeller shaft decides it's going to spontaneously split in two. It's going to take a hot minute to inspect the car, find out that that's what happens, much less find the acid residue of the sabotage. Sure, what the fuck is palpable in the air, even between these two organic robots? She has some very sudden attitude, opinion about how Tristan survived his... Oh, okay. Alright. And like I said, I don't mind her being racist. Come on! What the hell? I didn't do anything, Scrivener. Why did you crash a second time? Alex has had it up to there with these tourists. They are now in the fake little suburbia section of town where these people are with families. Trick is, not all of these people are people tangentially related to monsters. Some of them are monsters who found someone willing to breed. Yeah, basically, this is sort of. This is part of what I was saying. Storyist. Simpler apt. Huh. I like Scrivener. What it does that I use, it does it very, very well. It's basically the barometer any other apps has to compare to for me to consider switching. And nothing has lived up to it yet. Some come close. But to be fair, if they don't do this. Okay, what did you do? Ah, interesting. If they don't do this, if they do not have a typewriter setting, I want nothing to do with it. It has better export. Okay. All right, let's get back here. Not. Oh, Scrivener has better export. Okay. I definitely like the compiler. It's simpler to use. Yeah, that's cool. Not that Alex has one to judge, but his frustration of keeping them from the really dangerous houses, is making his nerve a little raw. And this I would frame, because the thing is, like, this is happening, and while Alex thinks he's just giving them the tour, they're using him to search for the monster they're after. So they're always going, oh, can we go see this? You know, what's over there? What kind of things you have? And I'm going to have to come up with that monster. And, you know, what kind of person he is, and that's the thing, or she is. I have a habit of reflexively defaulting to male characters. So I need to make a conscious effort to make sure to include female characters. And at this point, like, if we take a look at the monsters that I've established in the town, there's only one female monster that I can think of. And that's Cornelius. Like, everybody else a guy. Clearly there's going to be there's females in the background and stuff like that, but like I'm going, I'm going to have to balance things out, and you know, that's something I'll do as part of the writing once I start writing. Huh. Okay, that's very cool. Is that done for Windows, or is it just a Mac product? Both. I'll probably take a look at it. Finally gets out when Jacoby tags in because Tristan has more important job for him. So Alex excuses himself and heads home because Tristan's rush job of checking all security camera around the Walker's house is far less hair pulling than trying to keep two lemmings from walking into a bear trap. So Alex gets home, starts his rig, finds some file he didn't put there, just sitting on the start of the screen. He's spinning nails, just seeing them, but then he checks them and what they are, and ooh, things are gonna heat up. By this point, Tristan and Ralph have cracked open the car, found the brake, and more importantly, found the evidence of the acid damage. This is sabotage, and sabotage wasn't there. That wasn't there when Ralph first inspected the car. There's no question that Ralph's inspection was thorough. Trouble is, this kind of sabotage is so minute that it wouldn't take much of an opening for someone to insert it. Thankfully, this town is very big brother when it comes to surveillance. Real problem is finding the culprit before they move on to the tourists. Once that's all recapped, that Alex will call, get the confirmation that the tourists are bounty hunters. Alex will not be professional enough to not spit nails, that someone just left evidence of that on his computer for him to find, but he was professional to check and call Tristan before disconnecting his rig from the net so he can search it later. Tristan is actually surprised about this. He'll be even more surprised to find out this couple seems to be searching for one person. That raises question of security even deeper than Alex's rig being compromised. But immediate problem first. He'll send Ralph over to the diner for an early lunch as Ryan is being activated as deputy. Tristan is in a... Huh. This raises a question I hadn't considered. Does Tristan have any kind of authority over Ryan? Over Ralph, I mean. Because this is going to break the schedule. Well, actually, no. 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 Right. Emil gave Ralph a fairly some level of autonomy, if I remember correctly, in adapting. Okay. Well, that's the well. Yes, but I don't know if that. The thing is, the way Ralph's personality is built, being able to overcome Ralph doesn't mean you get to order him around. It means you get to stop him. But I think the best that could be accomplished with pure strength would be to send Ralph into a reset mode. But even that, I don't. Ralph is Benjamin's character, so I don't know him deeply. And ultimately, like, it doesn't really change much, because worst comes to worst, the way this is going to happen is Tristan calls Ryan, who Ryan has authority on Ralph. And Ryan is the one who's going to give the instructions. I don't know. This would be interesting. Well, interesting on an academic level, because the thing is, like, Ralph can be anything. But once he is set as that thing, he has very little leeway in that behavior set. And the reason he has very little leeway is that he literally is built to take advantage of any little flaw in what he's told. Not quite chameleon. Like, he can't really. Well, I mean, Ben will be better. Like, I don't see Ralph being able to act like he cannot become a charmer. He cannot become a small like he cannot become someone else, but he can adopt any kind of job he needs. Like he's chameleon in that, you know, he is his knowledge is encyclopedic. Like, you know, he has, if he like he has read every medical book out there, to the point where he has offered to do surgery. Like, there's something like he's like, that's his eliteness. Like, he can soak in information and use it, become someone. So he's a mechanic, he's the weapons builder, basically. Yeah. Ryan is more of a chameleon. Ryan is an actual chameleon. Ryan is someone who can go from beating the shit out of you to charming the pants out of you. Like, he is very, very smooth. He is very effective, and he can, my understanding is that he can shift very easily. Well, the fact that it's bipolar if you don't have control over it. Ryan can be whatever he needs to be. He's better at it than Tristan. If Tristan has other deputies, they'll need to be tapped. Yeah, this was written when we wrote this outline. We did not know about Broomhilda. Forgot. So she would be tapped here. Jacoby is the most important one. Classic psychopathy. Okay, he's an elite. That's Ryan's eliteness. That, and well, he's got multiple personality. Portanes, he's the one tailing the lovebirds. Hopefully, he won't try and get the drop on them before he has backup. All right. Yeah, like I said, these two are Ben's characters, so, you know, I tend to write them the best way I understand them, and then, you know, hand the chapter to Ben, and he'll give me his opinion. Like, he's actually rewritten their scenes a couple of places in book 7, and I will be keeping that because, you know, he's their character. They're his character, and stuff like that. And here is something like that will almost certainly happen. That in those interaction, you know, he'll give me his pointers, and I'll make the adjustment needed so that I get the characters right. This is, you know, this is something that I try to be very cautious of when I write other people's character. I want to write them well. Now, what I won't do is give them control of the narrative. It's one of the reasons in the science fiction Tristan book, I removed Riddick from it when I decided to publish it. Because I needed to mistreat the Tristan of that story's antagonist for that section of the book, and I wasn't going to do that to Riddick because he's not my character. Alrighty, Alex is not sitting this one out. It's not just because he has some anger issues over being led about like some con as the couple tried to search for their target, or because he's upset about the system being hacked enough he needs to vent before he gets sloppy. It's because he looked up who the bounty hunters are after, and there's no way There won't be secondary casualties if the bounty hunters try to go after their target, no matter what the consequences. And this is where I'm gonna have to figure out who that monster is. I will almost certainly I will make sure that he's not a monster inspired by movies. I have a few monsters in this in Lost Hope that take strong inspiration from movies, from movie monsters. But this one I cannot. This one needs to be purely or fully original for this. Taking them down hard is the main option, and that means all hands on deck. Only reason Ralph isn't on the field is because programming him takes time if there are civilians in the area. And did we mention secondary casualties? Do I want target to be better for town if they go, or wait, what? Sorry. No, this is a monster who is in town, who has a family. Like, this is a monster who is functional. Tristan and Alex, okay, the people in charge of keeping the town safe will protect him. Like he has survived in the town 1 year ish. That means that he's someone whose monster side, whatever makes him a monster, is kept in check. And in this particular case, it is being kept in check by his wife and his kids, or her husband. This is the thing. Like, I may make that monster a woman. I shouldn't make them after Ralph. Nope. No. No, because Ralph doesn't have anyone. And Ralph doesn't need anyone to protect him. When Ralph is threatened, people die. People die. Yeah. Bounty hunters. The bounty hunters. It'd be because they realize they're outed, or because they just don't care to begin with. Who is important to the town? Tristan, Alex, Emil. Jacoby makes himself important. If you're meaning to the town existing, that's Tristan. The day Tristan leaves the town will not survive. Jacoby does not have the personality to keep all these monsters in check. Not at 80 something. No, like the monster will not be someone important to the town, as in that is vital. Like, the thing is, when I say I need to figure out who the monster is, I need to figure out what kind of monster are they. And with the role, to me, I'm more interested in the kind of monster they are. Like, were they a serial killer? The one thing they cannot be is a child abuser. Those don't survive in this town. Tristan sees to it. But if they were a serial killer, what kind of serial killing did they do? Oh, okay. I'll be right back. No, not forgot something, realized something. Now, I'm annoyed at myself for telling myself not to use anyone from media, because I'm realizing I could make this monster a Dexter-like monster. Because a serial killer that goes after other serial killer would be someone that would fit within that. And if I take the character to the time when Dexter had his girlfriend with the kids, that would give me the environment I need. Well, the thing is, Tristan is not proactive. Tristan doesn't look for them. Tristan doesn't go looking for them. Tristan waited for someone desperate enough to demand his help. Tristan hid away because he doesn't want to deal with society, because he's going to destroy society. But once somebody was desperate enough to come to him, that's how he gets involved in book 1. To seek him out, to beg for his help and convince him. And there's very few there's very, very few things that would make Tristan take someone's case, and they all involve children. Tristan has something about children being hurt, and once that happens, then he will go hunt down that abuser, that person. And he doesn't just kill them, he makes them pay hard. Usually by putting them through what they put the kids they abused through. But yeah, like, I'm gonna need a monster for that family and stuff like that. Alex is in the fray immediately, and if I want to demonstrate how the knife don't rule him anymore, that would be my chance. Otherwise, fight takes up only a little bit of outline, likely by the majority of the chapter. Outline will likely be the majority of the chapter. At least I suspect. Feel free to surprise you. Financial analyst that did Ponzi scheme and destroyed old people's retirement. It's a different take. Yeah. We'll see. Like I said, at this point, I don't have any ideas, and the odds are very good that I won't have an active idea until I'm writing that very specific scene. Pick up the fight in Tristan's perspective, and that's a fight with so many elements I don't know how to about ahead of time. I'm not certain what direction I can give me. Once things are resolved, possibly lethally, yeah, it will be time to take care of the damage, which is likely going to be trauma-related. Punishment will have to wait until they figure out if anything wrong was done to the target's monster's part to result in this happening. Until then, we need to focus on his family. This is the end. Not certain what else we need. Room for more in this chapter to resolve things. Maybe another Alex chapter to cover things electronically, but largely involves characters that won't exist until I start writing the chapter. Zoom call. Cool. Enjoy. I hope it goes well. Yeah, cool. So, things that I know I need to put in the story that aren't part of the outline. I need to have Alex calling his grandparents. I want it to be early in the chapter, and I want an actual conversation between them. Might do it in the first chapter, right as he's cooking. His first chapter, as he's cooking. Have him on the phone with Graham, and just talk. So that when in the next book
they can't be reached. I'm, you know what? I can even establish with that phone call that they're going to be away for a while. Huh. You know what? Yeah, I might. Okay, you know what? Let's add a note here. There. Because that, instead of, um, having to retroactively in the next book, have Alex go, yeah, yeah, I know, Grams and Gramps are on a job and stuff like that. I can establish it here. Because I can have time passing, a certain amount of time passing between book 1 and, book 10 and 11. Between 11 and 12, I think they cannot be that much time passing. Because I believe that yeah, because she would be pregnant when she arrives. She has to be pregnant when she arrives. And she's in labor in the next book, so that that gives me that gives a control of stuff, and I don't need that much time to pass, and not that much time passes in book 11, I don't think. Yeah, I don't think there's a lot of time passing in book 11. I mean, they're going to be traveling to a few places, so there's that. But yeah, I can retroactively establish how pregnant she is when she arrives. But yeah, this is going to be 13 chapters, maybe 14. This doesn't show the name. Yeah.
Oh, there we go. That's the one. That's the one. Yeah. A quick look shows it only being for Mac. Yeah, it would probably be nice also putting in a phone call with Emil somewhere in there, maybe from probably from Tristan's point of view. Um, just to make sure Emil is still around even though he's not in town. Also establish Emil's house.
Still not exist. Still doesn't exist.
Oh, did I stop uploading this? Interesting. Yeah.
Somehow I stopped uploading Monster and Batman to Patreon. Wait, what? Oh no, they're still here. Okay, well it's there up to Last Pursuit. Sorry, Hot Pursuit. They're just pale-male through all of this. Okay, it looks like that somehow I stopped uploading them with when I ended Hot Pursuit. Turning in for power nap since this appears. Yeah, I'm done for the day. Sorry. So what will be written tomorrow? Well, tomorrow will be Stepping Wild and. Oh, actually, Benjamin, since you're here, what do you think of a Heart's story for the series name? For Jeremy's story. Sorry, A Heart's Life for the series name.
That would work. Very cool. Yeah. Yes, yes it is. Well, yeah, I'm realizing that inheriting the line is not on my Patreon for some reason. I do not like Patreon search system.
Alrighty. Alright, with this being done and the chat being quiet, I think I am going to bring this to an early end and see if I can find someone to raid. I don't care to do it this way. Okay. All right. I will be back. So, first, thank you very much, everyone, for dropping by and keeping me company. I will be back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. And I'll be working on Stepping Wild. And in the afternoon, I'll be working on book 2 of A Heart's Life. So, yeah, I hope to see you then. If I do not, I hope you have a good week, a good weekend when it arrives, and I will see you when I see you.